You're getting absolute muscle there. At turn 1, that was an absolute disaster.
Oh, he spun!
Oh no! That's massive for Adam!
All over the rear bumper of Spin, mate. These guys are hitting each other like nothing we've ever seen before.
G pulls out to the outside. Here we go again.
AEST there, he's going to go for a move here, the two Ferraris in front of him.
G's went wide. G's is
Oh!
in the Schumacher. Oh, good contact.
Oh, massive contact there.
This is going to be an incredible finish for these two.
They're in the speed, the overspeed happening. They're going to go 3 wide into
Oh.
turn 1.
There's contact there from Tracy who comes through on the way in. He tries to reverse and gets his way.
Shoved out wide. Oh, huge contact.
This is fantastic. On the outside though in turn 1.
As he chucks it down the inside anyway. What is this? Oh my gosh! What a move from GTR!
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Sector 1. We're here tonight for the Spa-Francorchamps GT3 Enduro for Season 7 of Sector 1 sim racing. And we're sitting here tonight for what is going to be an absolutely incredible night of racing. The forecast is telling us there's going to be a lot of rain and 90 minutes for both our Division 3 and Division 1 drivers. This is going to be an absolutely incredible event. So tune in for the entire way and join us for the action here tonight. My name is Lenocis, and joining me in the commentary box for our Division 3 race tonight is your race director, CGK. How are we doing tonight?
About the rain. Get your umbrellas out, get your Wellingtons out, because there is rain. It's going to make things quite fun tonight, I think.
Yeah, gonna be an absolutely incredible spectacle. A wet track of this caliber, Spa-Francorchamps, of course. It's just a recipe for an absolutely classic Sector 1 race. So, looking forward to every lap that we get here tonight. And while we're here, we might as well have a look at our track schedule for tonight, as we are running on a different schedule here tonight. Division 3 kicking us off momentarily at 5:30 with their 10-minute qualifying, followed with their 90-minute race at 5:45, where Division 1 will be kicking us off at 7:45 for their qualifying, followed by their 8 p.m. Race start. So hopefully we run on schedule here tonight. And looking to be pretty good next 4 hours of racing action. And our track map here tonight as well. It's 10 minutes qualifying 90-minute race. And for the first time this season, all 5 racing tyres are available for use. The soft, medium, hard, dry compounds, the intermediates and the wets, our wet weather compounds for use here tonight. And we have our forecasts here on the track map as well. It looks like for the Division 3 race, it's going to be some rain at the start. Lots of cloud coverage before it heads into rain to kick us off at the end. I mean, that's the predicted forecast. And our Division 1 guys, it's going to be raining the entire way through, with torrential rain coming at about the 30-minute mark, with 30 minutes to go, I should say. So, wow. I mean, lots of rain. I think that's going to be the message for tonight's race.
That's appropriate. I mean, we are at Spa, and for those of you who don't know the full name, Spa-Francorchamps in, obviously, Belgium. Beautiful, beautiful track, but on the best of days, it's a pretty rainy little valley that we end up in. But, yeah, Div 3 here, obviously today, going to be, starting off with a bit of rain. I think it's going to make the start very, very interesting. Of course, it's a false grid start. They're all lining up on the grid, dead stop. They've got to get away really, really well, and then they've got to manage the strategy, and we'll see what they're able to do today. It's going to be quite interesting.
I think those changeable conditions, it's definitely going to shake things up, especially in the later stages. I think we're going to see a lot of variability with strategy, a lot of risks taken here tonight, depending whether people, when the rain comes, do they stick it out on the slicks, or do they hold off on, or they go get some wet tires, I should say, or is it even heavy enough for that? I guess we'll find out. We're just 100 minutes away from the end of the Div 3 race and finding out the answer to that question indeed. But while we still have a chance, as everybody's readying up in our lobby, we'll have a look at how things are shaping up in Division 3 at the moment after round 7, which was at... what was last race? Laguna Seca. How can I forget?
The beautiful Laguna Seca. The dry Laguna Seca.
So leading the way in our Division 3 championship is, of course, Mr. Bumcrack, the head honcho over at Kraken Esports in his Toyota Supra. 216 points to his name. Boy begun for CP, a close second. That gap down to just 12 points now. No, 11. Where did I get 12 from? Who knows? Freelix in third position for Respawn Esports. Budsy in fourth for Isa. Gurr, the sole Dadson driver in this Division 3 field, in 5th. Daz in 6th for Deeds. Carbon Boy in 7th for Obsession. Stranger, the team owner for Doghouse, in P8. Black Project in 9th for Blacklight. Shizer in 10th for Brachio 5 Sim Racing. Rex, he's listed here as 11th in the championship, as it's only the top 14 drivers. However, Rex has had to, unfortunately, step aside from Sector 1 due to medical conditions, so we wish Rex good health in his future ambitions, as Killer on the Loose in P12 in the championship for Lightning Motorsport, Pro P13, the other Obsession car, and Sizzling Sausage in P14 for Black Rose Racing.
That's right. We do have another addition tonight, which is a driver called Leven Spiel, 29. So we'll be keeping an eye on the debutant as well.
Yeah, I believe he's replacing Rex over at Red Mist Racing, and something else to point out for the Red Mist cars tonight is they are running a very special livery. We'll get to that once qualifying gets underway. Speaking of, how far away do we reckon we are from qualifying, CGK?
So qualifying is now ready. There was a little delay just based on getting the cars on the grid in such wet and windy conditions. We've got 11 meters per second crosswind across the entire track. So there was a little challenge doing that. It's very, very difficult conditions out there right now. But we are ready to start qualifying. So we're going to hit the big red button now, Lenocis, and get these chaps out on track and get them out for some hot laps, or wet laps, I suppose. So
the paint has been scraped off from Laguna Seca. It's now a red button again, no longer orange.
That's right. Yeah. Apparently there was a little bit of an issue with the button, but yeah, we've put the paint back on. Well, actually, might have wrapped it actually, but nonetheless, it is red once again. Okay, and qualifying has now begun. Yeah, there we go.
We're underway. And immediately, the first thing I've noticed when I sit down and look at this is there is a massive mix of tyres on track.
That's right, and it's going to be an interesting one because the weather out there right now, the conditions are about as bad as they get. It is essentially torrentially raining out there right now. So yeah, mix of intermediate and wet tyres for the grid. Yeah, that's going to make it. It's going to be interesting to see who actually manages to make a round. I know that there's a few drivers out there who will have a mix of TC settings as well. Some will go for higher TC, some will go for lower TC. But in these conditions, if you're on the intermediates, you're probably going to run a very high TC setting. Yeah, we've only got 10 minutes here as well, so we want to minimise mistakes. Maybe the wet would be the right idea, but intermediates could bring you a couple of extra seconds. Who knows?
Yeah, I'm thinking the strategy might be that they're hoping for this torrential rain to step away and the session really open up to them, and they starting on the inters, they might not be quick at the start of this session, but towards the end, that's when things are really going to open up for them, these intermediate runners. But oh my goodness, looking at this rain, it doesn't lie when it says torrential. I mean,
no, it's torrential. I mean, I was posting into the Discord earlier with the old Family Guy weather report meme of it's raining sideways. It's literally raining sideways right now. 11 meters per second wind to the south east at the moment. So that rain is not coming straight down. It is going sideways across the track. And with such a high wind today, it's going to create a few challenges in some quarters. Some quarters might be nice for the downforce, but they're going to go so slow through them. I'm not sure if downforce is really a thing you're looking for.
And the noise of the rain, it's almost deafening. Can barely hear the engine sounds over this rain pelting down on the tarmac.
That's right, V8 cloud engine, that's what it is.
Yeah. As these guys are making their way around the bottom of the track now, on the run towards Blanchemont. And the first driver out on track, we've been too busy talking about the weather, but we haven't had a time to really introduce these drivers. But first driver out on track, the Obsession Motorsports car of Carbon Boy, and oh, that noise as they come through Blanchemont there. Oh, that rain is so heavy.
It's unbelievable, and with the dynamic weather system in GT7, it is not only just an amazing system. There are pools of water that are going to be collecting in areas of the track that you may not expect. The 11 meters per second side wind, that crosswind, it's going to push the water to some interesting places on track. As we get Carbon Boy now starting his first wet lap. We might as well just call them wet laps now instead of a hot lap. Starting his first hot lap here. It's yeah, nicely through the source he goes. Yeah, not too bad at all. Nice control. That's really, really positive. I was having a chat to him earlier today on the pit lane. He's got some interesting ideas about how to manage his quality of race today. So I think one to keep an eye on. My other eye at the moment is, this is not biased, just because I'm with the ICT, but Budsy is also one to keep an eye on. And Gurr today is the same. So
Oh, Carbon Boy scored! Oh dear,
no.
into the wall at Kemmel. Oh dear.
A Rouge claims his first victim. You know what, I'm going to bring up a little notepad. I'm going to track how many incidents he gets taken in that corner today, I think.
Yeah. As he gets
It's
going.
gonna be a few.
Yeah, so who was the second driver on track, but now inherits the lead, which in these conditions, I don't think you want to be the first car, but it is Mr. Bumcrack out there at the moment in his Creepity Sports Supra. Just behind him is Boybegun, the CP driver in the McLaren. Now, there's a lot of debate around the MRs, whether they're worth their weight in the rain as much as they're a good car on the dry. Now, this GT3, I mean, you hear stuff about MRs in the wet, and it's usually pretty positive, but we can't really decide on that until we've seen the performance at the end of this qualifying session.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's a really tricky one to predict. And a lot of the wet driving stuff comes down to driver skill, their awareness on track.
Oh, Budsy's in the wall, by the way. Oh dear.
No. Okie dokie, where's he done that?
And Shizer in the background as well, taking off into the grass.
Well, they're all trying to find lap times. This is the difficulty, right? With weather conditions as they are now, you're also in quali conditions, so you're trying to push as fast as you
Oh,
can.
Budsy's facing the wrong way.
Oh, Budsy's gone again as well. Oh dear, yeah. So, it's, challenging conditions. I think that's the word. Challenging conditions. With all the drivers trying to push as much as possible. That's a really nice overtake on the track. He might have had an issue, but we're going to see the first times soon come up on board. I'm looking forward to see where they come. I mean, I've again had a chat with some of the chaps down in the pit lane. Plus or minus 20 seconds. And I mean literally plus or minus 20 seconds on the lap times here. So condition dependent, so variable out there on track, and sideways goes the Boybegun. Here comes Bumcrack as well, and they're going to go across the line. These will be the first two to set some lap times. What are we going to be seeing? Yeah, they're pretty slow, but fair enough.
Boybegun to the top of times, 4 seconds over Bumcrack at the moment. The next car, I believe, will be Daz, who goes into P2, and Killer crosses as well into P4. Sizzling Sausage goes 6th ahead of Shizer there. Stranger to P2. Great lap from him in the Alfa Romeo. But as the last few guys trickle out here, I think, yeah, it settles down. And Livingspiel, the rookie, the debutant, straight to the top of the times. What a lap from him.
Great, not only a great lap, he's also done it on the intermediate tyres. I will remind everyone that most of the conditions out there right now are actually above the 2/3 wet line. It is torrentially bad out there, but yeah, putting in a 2:49.4. Maybe the intermediates are going to start coming into their own. There is a lot of water that gets displaced by these cars, so those conditions could rapidly be put into a intermediate sort of state. We do have 13 cars on the grid, so quite a bit of water that's going to get exited off the track in quite a rapid fashion. I was about to say, keep on go, but he went to third, but then went to fifth.
And I'm not too sure, but I think that the rain has eased off a little bit. It doesn't look as aggressive at the start of this session. Oh, as that is the Ferrari of Black Project going off at the top of the track.
Yeah, he had a bit of an issue in Lagoon and had to go onto the side of the track. Sausage had a moment too. Oh, and he's managed to get it back on track. There's a lot of traffic between these guys at the moment. The Carbon Boy's been let through. The Stranger's going to look through. I was about to say as well, we've got an MR car on top. That would have been on the window, but no, we've got a Supra on top. So there goes my MR theory.
Well, Livenspiel, the new Green Beacon driver, it's his first ever race in Sector 1 in the main game. Of course, a community member, doing a couple of community races, but immediately showing him how it's done with provisional pole position. All these guys are going to get one more lap, so one more lap and that's all they're going to get, no more. But Livenspiel, he's in the yellow Red Mist car, which is designed as a tribute to the Matildas, the Australian football team, who made their way to the semi-finals and finished 4th in the Women's World Cup last night. So congrats to the Matildas, and great livery from the Red Mist head honcho, Mr. Wobble.
Right, yeah, they did well, the Matildas, so good library there. I can say that. All my hopes were dashed pretty early on, I kind of the Matildas. And so I did. I just want to make a note as well that Livenspiel's only 29 of a second ahead of Buildup at this stage.
Not anymore, it's Budsy and Freelix immediately. And Livenspiel reclaims that top of the timing charts.
There is a bit of a dry line starting to evolve on track right now, Lenocis, and I think the choice for those chaps to go on the intermediate is starting to really, really pay off. The conditions haven't really changed too much. It's still raining pretty badly out there, but the dry line is starting to evolve just a little bit, and those intermediate runners are starting to really find some pace. Freelix is great out there, and Budsy as well, up in the P3. Boybegum, who didn't improve, has now got a lot of work to do running on the wet tyres at the moment.
And the track is ramping up as Shizer is 7/10 clear at the first sector, and he's all the way down in 7th. This is going to be incredible to see these lap times that are going to be coming through at the end of this.
Yeah, it's all or nothing now because they are all on their last laps. There's a little bit of competition for track position going on between the Carbon Boy and the Stranger at the moment, with Budsy behind them. So there's a big train of cars here, and they're all trying to overtake each other and slowing each other down on track. Not going to help any one of these 5 drivers right now. Certainly not ideal. You don't want to be stuck behind any drivers. Those who've got clean air are going to be focusing in on track and probably getting a really good lap time in.
You have to be so crucial and precise with your driving in order to stay on this dry line to extract the most pace out of your car. But yeah, we have 6 cars or 5 cars in the space of about a second here, as the entire field just sort of bunching up through the second sector now. Livenspiel.
Yeah, and Sizzling Sausage there. He's getting bullied now.
Oh, Shizer! Shizer's gone into the wall.
Oh no!
That'll be the end of his qualifying session.
Certainly is. There's a bit of overtaking stuff happening around the track. Everyone's trying to get out. Sizzling Sausage, though, despite being in the sandwich of a couple of cars, he's 0.2 of a second up at the moment. I think he just went purple as well. So this is really heating up. We're going to have 6 cars coming across the line, and 3 of them are in the top 3. They're part of this pack.
As it'll be
across the line now.
Boybegum. What's it going to be? He goes to the top.
Oh.
Then Bumcrack. doesn't improve position, I should say, it'll be this next big pack of cars crossing the line. Daz to the top of the timing charts as Carbon Boy is battling Budsy for position. There's 7 cars. Oh my goodness. As they barrel down towards the line, we're going to see a lot of lap times coming through. How's it going to settle? Go gets the pole. But what does Black Project? Black Project! Oh my goodness! And who else is on track? No, that's it. It's all done. Oh my!
Oh my goodness! I've never seen a qualifying quite like that. The timing sheet moved so quickly right at the end there. What a lap at the end there. Those chaps were absolutely flying. Really top spot. Black Project was 2.9 seconds clear. I think that shows how much time those guys lost in the packs that they were battling in.
Yeah, I mean, that was just crazy. I would imagine that a couple of people would be clicking their share button on their remotes and just taking a clip of that final lap, potentially sending it off to the stewards for investigation, because there was a lot of traffic. 7 cars in the space of a second coming into that bus stop chicane there. And through all of it, Black Project takes the pole position. As we have a look at your official qualifying results now, Black Project for Blacklight Motorsport in the 458 Italia GT3 takes the pole position with a 2-minute 38.2. And last season's runner-up in this division, Gurr, the Dadson driver in the Mercedes, completes the front row of the grid with a 2-minute 41.1. So Black Project, he's got this pole position by almost 3 whole seconds. That is crazy.
Super impressive. And we were talking earlier about plus or minus 20 seconds. Well, I think, if I just do the math here really quickly, the slowest time from Shizer, which really gutted for Shizer because he was on an absolute flyer, does a 250.3. That's 12 seconds slower than the top of the grid. So it just shows you the track was evolving at an unbelievably quick rate. Those on the Inters absolutely flying. I think hats off as well to Gurr, because that Mercedes looked, well, it looked planted. He was driving it really, really well. 3 seconds behind second place, and Lievenspiel on debut, getting a 3rd place here, that is top stuff. So well done.
Yeah, we saw it last season at Autopolis when that rain hit in the Division 3 race. Gurr was able to guide his car in a spectacular fashion to take his first win in the category, I believe. So that was a crazy race and just proving his worth in the wet once again, Gurr. But this is how the rest of the grid lines up. So as pointed out by CGK, Lievenspiel, after his first qualifying session in Sector 1, finds himself on the 2nd row of the grid. Frelix follows alongside Lievenspiel in P4. Daz and Budsy join each other on the 3rd row. Carbon Boy in 7th and Sizzling Sausage in 8th. I believe that is his best qualifying session to date. Boybgum in P9. Killer and Loose in 10th. Bumcrack 11th. Stranger 12th. And Shizer with that mistake down the bottom of the track in that tight and technical 2nd sector. Unfortunately, going to be starting all the way at the back. Showed lots of great pace in that qualifying session, though, Shizer. Always up there until that final lap. That's the crucial lap here. And
That's
unable
right.
to convert that, unfortunately.
Strategy is going to be a huge thing here. And I'm just looking through the grid. I think nearly half the grid at one point or another during qualifying held the P1 position. So it really was all to play for. Nearly everyone had a go at getting P1 there. But yeah, Black Project came out on top, and what a brilliant lap. I get the feeling that he had a nice bit of clean air. He didn't have a particularly great time earlier on in the qualifying, but managed to put it all together. And crikey, when you put it together, there you go. 2-minute 38.275 in probably some of the worst conditions you can bring out in GT7. I'll just make a note as well. We're on a little bit of a break, so all the drivers can go and have a quick trip to the toilet and do whatever else they need to do before our 90-minute race begins. It's about a couple of minutes till we get the race started.
I think we should, but just to answer a question from the channel, I'm not too sure if it was Oh, okay, no, it was answered, but I'll just relay the answer. To BPM Livery and Design, we are running an earlier schedule tonight because it is an endurance race, so we'll be finishing at the correct time, but we're just starting an hour and a half earlier just to make sure that things wrap up as planned. Hence the very early stream at 5:30. I almost had to double check my clock because I almost missed it.
Yeah, I mean, easy to do. I mean, we obviously, the league here for Sector 1 is both Australia and New Zealand. And so for the Kiwis who are running in Div 1, of which we have a few, including one who's just come back from Amsterdam, which is very, very cool. The race running for an hour and a half and starting at somewhere around 11 p.m. doesn't really work when you've got work on a Monday, unfortunately. So we had to reel in the start times just a little bit. It was the same when we went for our race at Interlagos, had 90 minutes there, which, by the way, I remember those races, absolutely brilliant stuff. So if we're seeing, weather mixed in with a 90-minute race here at Sector 1, everyone in chat, you're in for quite the show tonight.
I'm not going to have a voice by the end of tonight. That's just facts. Like,
and you've got 2 to do, mate, tonight.
yeah.
But you'll be having a lot of fun, I can guarantee that. And Div 1, it's looking pretty rainy later on in the evening here at Spa 2, isn't it?
I have a slight feeling that the next level racing action replay is going to get a good workout tonight. And yes, lots of rain planned for Division 1.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really fun there out on track. So the break is basically over for all the drivers now. As far as I'm aware, everyone is back. The weather, I can tell you all, is not improved at all. So we're going to have quite the spicy start to this race. And Lenocis, I've got my hand hovering over the now red again button. At your discretion, mate, we can now begin the race.
I think it's more at your discretion because it's your hand over the big red button.
That is true, actually. That's right. Well, in that case, we are hitting the big red button. It is time to get started with 90 minutes at the wonderful Spa in wet conditions.
Oh, wow. This is going to be an interesting 90 minutes for us, but for some people, I feel like it's going to be a very long 90 minutes. Just because these changeable conditions, anything can happen. When do you take the risk?
Well, that's right. And how many pit stops do you plan to do? You've got to adjust. I mean, one of the things that has been mentioned to me a number of times, you can't really have a strategy here today, unfortunately. There's no strategy. You just got to do it. You got to wing it.
Yep. Go with the flow. As the light sequence begins. 5 lights. They are out and racing here at Spa-Francorchamps, and Black Project in the Ferrari gets a massive start as expected, and it's Livingspiel, the debutant, into turn 1, very deep. Oh no, he's going to lose a lot of potential. As Daz goes round, they're all trying to shuffle through turn 1. Oh dear, that's chaos, and somebody else is gone in the background there. Oh no, who's spinning out? That's Sizzling Sausage and Daz. Oh, both gone already. Wrapped up in that turn 1 incident, but it's a Black Project who holds the lead of the race. As that's Freeling. No, Budsy into the fence at Radion. Oh dear, down to P6, 7, 8. He's going to be P11 by the end of this. Oh, evasive action from the Lightning Motorsports car.
Whoa. Crikey. That was a very interesting start, and I will have to mention, as race director, while we did have 2 cars off, unfortunately doesn't quite meet the threshold for a safety car at this stage, so we will continue racing as it is. Very unlucky there for Budsy, who just made a bit of an unforced error. Killer on the loose, went round him on the grass. That's brave.
Yeah, I don't know how he found grip out there, but who's that? Shizer ran a little bit wide down in P11, and he's lost the positions there.
Very unfortunate for him.
As they come up to the corner with no name, as that's Sizzling Sausage sticks a move on Shizer there. But as it stands, Black Project 3 seconds above Freelix at this stage, and the rain is pelting down.
Oh, it's just horrible out there. You're right. Once again, we can't really hear the engine noises. All we hear is the rain hitting the ground. Everyone's struggling out there at the moment. At some point, we will bring you some updates on tyre choice and fuel, but not just yet. Obviously, I've got the information all at my fingertips, but we'll be keeping my mouth shut for the moment. Those at the back, Sizzling Sausage and Daz, who got spun at turn 1, they've actually caught up to the pack already. So the pack, despite Black Project already being a couple of miles down the road, has closed up once again.
I wonder if this could be a difference in tyre that's affecting. Because we're starting to see, I mean, I wouldn't say two distinct packs, but there's definitely a gap between Gur and Carbon Boy at this stage.
Yeah, all I'll say at this point, Lenocis, is that there is very wet conditions out on track, and there is someone who's already 4 seconds out in the lead right now.
As Carbon Boy and Stranger battling it into the bus stop chicane. It looked like for a second there Stranger wasn't be able to get that car stopped, but he does, and he's going to be challenging Carbon Boy for the position here.
There's a
So they
big
head
switch
down
up
towards...
happening. That's right. There's a big switch up happening at La Source right now between Boybegum, Freelix, and Levenspiel. Levenspiel and Freelix came together at the bus stop just a little bit, and they both had to back out, and that's allowed Boybegum to go all the way through. Oh, they're going to go side by side into Eau Rouge.
Oh, no.
Freelix decides to back out. Oh,
They settle down.
Levens...
Levenspiel! Oh dear, he drops to 4th position, manages to keep it on track, but Gur does not. That might come with an invoice from the stewards potentially for running wide. Looks like he's got away with it.
Yep. There were no clicking pens, apparently. So Levenspiel lucks out a little bit there that Gur had a bad exit through Eau Rouge. Freelix. And a little bit of a slide going on. Levenspiel gone wide, very wide, and awkward rejoin in Lacombe there. Gur does well to avoid, and the battle up ahead between Boybegum and Freelix continuing to move. Carbon Boy is doing very well behind Levenspiel at the moment, in front of the main pack there in P6.
As we'll have a look at the race start once again on the Next Level Racing Action replay as they barrel down towards the first turn. And what happened? Oh, so Carbon Boy and Budsy were... that was a very similar incident to what happened when the Formula 1 were there just a couple of weeks ago, as Daz came across the track where Carbon Boy and Budsy were waiting, and contact was inevitable at that point. So we'll see what the stewards have to say about that one.
Yeah, he's done an Oscar Piastri, hasn't he? Speaking of Budsy, he is now in a battle with the Stranger and Bumtrack now for P7 position. And a little bit of contact.
Oh,
Budsy has just run the Stranger wide a little bit there. Lost traction on the inside of the corner. Behind them, more battles going on. Shizer, Sizzling Sausage, and Killer on the Loose all having a battle. Shizer has picked up a 0.5 second penalty.
Oh dear. As it's all kicking off, I mean, there's just so much action because these conditions are so difficult for these guys.
That's right. And they're changing all the time as well. I mean, yes, we've still got the rain coming down, but I've been keeping an eye on the wind direction and strength. Still at 11 meters per second, some of the strongest we've seen in Sector 1 in a long, long time. And it keeps changing direction. It's moving, slowly rotating past southeast and now coming towards the west. So the track conditions are changing every second out there. The dry line hasn't quite evolved yet either. I just want to make a comment here. We've had some questions about why the tyre choices are secret. Because we like to keep them secret until we do our race and tyre update.
As we see Boybegum, who's got a 6/10 gap over Freelix at the moment. And I would imagine, I mean, at the moment we've got two MR cars leading the way in Black Project in the Ferrari, who is completely checked out by 6 seconds. And Boybegum in P2, who is in a battle at the moment with Freelix. He's to the good at the moment. 8 tenths.
We'll make a note here about Black
Boybegum! He's gone straight on! Oh
no.
dear!
So is Freelix.
Oh my goodness, what's happened here? That's disaster for these guys. How has that happened?
Freelix nearly collects Levenspiel, who didn't really leave a lot of room during that moment. Gur's just gone through them, straight through. This is news to the ears of Black Project. He had a moment going through Eau Rouge and lost a couple of seconds, lost 7 seconds ahead. Now 9.7 seconds ahead of Gur because of the advent between Boybegum and Freelix down at the group. That's, Don't quite know what happened there, though.
Let's have a look at the next level racing action replay at that one. As they came into the braking zone, I think they just both misjudged and had to go to the escape road for that. Felix had to slam on the brakes to avoid Boybegum there, so maybe a Stewart's inquiry, potentially, as Budsy running a little bit wide through Pawn, as he's under threat from Bumcracker, tries around the outside, never gonna work there. But we have 7 cars, all within the space, bumper to bumper, as they are touching a little bit of rubbing. These guys are eager to get ahead. P7 all the way to the back of the pack within 1.5 seconds of one another.
And we've got the Stranger and Killer on the loose, both the 0.5 second penalty, which will serve in just a moment. I've got a challenge for everyone in chat today, and probably yourself, Lenocis, as well. How many people on the grid do you think are running TC? How many are not running TC?
I'm not too sure. I mean, these guys, well, everyone knows that the traction control system in Gran Turismo is not the greatest, but for lap time, I should say. But you just need it there as sort of a companion buddy to try and help you along. I think that's the biggest. Oh, a little bit of contact between the Black Rose car and the Lightning Motorsport car in the background there, of Killing the Loose and Sizzling Sausage. But as I was saying, I'm going to take a wild stab and I'm going to say 6.
6 with TC?
Yes.
6 without, yeah, 6 with TC, okay. We'll note that. So in chat, let us know your predictions. I'll run us through those stats in addition to tyres and fuel when we go to our fuel and tyres update. But Budsy also had a moment there, side by side into a Rouge, Daz and Budsy. Luckily they don't make any contact there, which is good. But yeah, geez, everyone's having moments. That was a moment. That really was a Code Brown moment. Everyone having moments all over the place. It's so difficult for our broadcast team in Lenocis to keep up with it all, because it's just every single corner something is happening.
As the rain has stopped. There's no more rain.
Yeah, that's right. The window wipers are on, so it's not completely gone, but the rain is now basically non-existent, and I think the track is about to start evolving.
This is massive because this is the crucial part of the race. When are these guys going to start stepping onto the soft tyre if the weather stays away?
Well, that's exactly right. We've got a 90-minute race. We're only 10 minutes into it so far. From what I understand, there is a couple of options for strategy here today. You've got a 2-stopper and a 3-stopper. 3-stopper is more of the take it a bit cautious, run a bit harder, run a bit faster, run a full fuel map, especially when it starts to get drier, assuming it does. And but that will depend a lot. A lot of these guys might be thinking that it's going to be wet out there for a long time. Got a mix of tyres at the moment. I won't say what and who, but strategy calls are going to become very, very important very soon. Like I said, 10 minutes into this race, I think for a 2-stopper to work, you're going to be wanting to have the rain out for at least another 20 minutes.
We're definitely entering uncharted territory, as the way the Gran Turismo works, the qualifying session is the same weather as the race. So now that those 10 minutes are up from the qualifying session, we have no idea what the weather is going to do from here on out.
A little dynamic weather for a reason, don't they?
Yeah. As there's somebody wide there, I believe that was the McLaren of Boybegum running wide at Blanchimont. But as we have a look back up to our race leader here, Black Project is 11 seconds clear of Gura at the moment. So, as Felix has actually set the fastest lap of the race, so has Bumcrack. I think the lap time's just getting quicker the further down we go. Shizer currently holds the fastest lap.
That's right, yes.
As I think something has happened between... Budsy's dropped off the back of the pack here, so...
Ooh. Yes, that's a good point, actually. I didn't notice that. Budsy has dropped miles off the pack. He's 7 seconds down at the moment. There was just an incident between Sizzling Sausage and Kid on the loose and Source.
The rain's back.
I I think
Another
it might
twist
be
of the
half.
tail.
I get the feeling that half of the circuit right now, this is typical of these longer tracks, half of the circuit is a little bit wet and the other half is not. The dry line though, it's now very clearly starting to come into its own. So those of the drivers who are in fact on the intermediate tyres, this is actually optimal conditions now. Anyone on the wet, who's probably flying away pretty quickly, now might be thinking about the fact that there's a big dry line on the track. But yeah, you're right, the rain is sort of here and there, isn't it? One corner it's there, the other corner it's suddenly not.
Might start to see a couple of karting lines coming out where a driver purposefully avoids the dry line to keep their tyres cool, causing them to wear less, but we'll have to wait and see what happens. As we are on lap 5, so I'm thinking, what about a handy tyre and fuel update?
I think it might be time to do that indeed. Yes, let's go over to that now. So, folks, this is where the fun starts. This is where all your predictions get answered, all the prophecies you've made turn out to be false. So let's get going. Black Project in the lead at the moment. Now, there was a reason why he was flying away. It's because he was on the wet tyre. So he's been absolutely flying in the really, really wet conditions. And now that the dry line's evolving, he is losing tenths of a second per lap. This man, currently, is not running any traction control. One person, there's one for you folks. In terms of his fuel, he's about 50% of the way through his fuel at the moment. Behind him, Gur in the AMG Mercedes. On the intermediate tyres, a little bit more fuel, 52% of fuel. He is running traction control, in fact. Behind them, Liebenspiel on debut, currently still holding on to P3 at the moment. Running traction control, he's running a little bit less fuel. That Supra is a bit hungry on the fuel, so 48% for him. He's on the intermediate tyres, so behind Black Project, he's on the wet, 2 intermediate runners. Then we've got Boybegum in the McLaren for CP Motorsports, running traction control, about 50% fuel, also running intermediate tyres. There's 3 intermediate runners who are going to be chasing down our leader now. Then we've got Freelix, who set the fastest lap moments ago, now just been taken away from like Gur, 35.3, that's a brilliant time. Running traction control on the intermediate tyres at 50% fuel. They're looking very good, but another intermediate runner. Then we've got Mr. Bumcrack. So Bumcrack is running traction control. He's got 55% of his fuel in the tank in intermediate tyres, where his choice at the start. Then we've got the stranger who's had a bad exit through Eau Rouge. Daz just driven straight past him, so we'll switch back to that. Running the intermediate tyres, 60% fuel and running traction control. Daz, who just flew on through and just got purple by 7/10 of a second in Sector 1. 50% of his fuel currently on board, intermediate tyres for him and running traction control. Then we've got Carbon Boy in P9 at the moment. Wet tyres was the choice of tyre for him. He's running about 55, nearly 60% of fuel. He's not running any traction control. Then Sizzling Sausage, intermediate for him, 51% of fuel. He's been picking up penalties left and right though, running traction control too. Scheiser in the BRZ in P11 at the moment. Intermediate tyres as well, 51% of the fuel and also running traction control. Then we've got Killer on the Loose, running traction control, 48% of fuel for him. He's on the wet tyre though, is Killer on the Loose. And then last but not least in P13, it is Budsy. On the intermediate tyres, 50% of his fuel and not running traction control. So there you go folks, 3 off the grid, not running any traction control in these unbelievably challenging conditions.
That's very, very interesting.
There's a lot of information to get through, isn't there? And speaking of the, taking the karting lines and getting those tyres cooled down, Black Project is doing that right now. He's on the wet tyre. It's starting to get very hot. And that gap, which was at one point 9.7 seconds, now only 4 seconds.
Apologise to our audience at the moment, as the API Tyre and Fuel update has messed up our race timer, but we'll get that sorted for you momentarily.
These things do happen. Maybe it's some rain got into the timing sheet. It's quite easy to happen. I've had that happen before. Never fun when it does happen. And just looking down the grid now, your top 10 as it stands is the following. Black Project is in the lead, but that time is coming down quite rapidly as the dry line does evolve. It's still a bit wetter in Sector 3, so he's gaining a bit of time in Sector 3, but losing a lot of it in Sector 1 and 2. Gur, at the moment, in P2. We've got Boybegum in P3. Felix, who's got a huge run. Oh no, that's just a little bit of latency on my side. He had a really good run though, still over on P4 for Felix, P5 for Levenspiel, so I think he might have had a bit of an issue there, Levenspiel. He's down in 5th place now. Uncracked just behind him in P6. Daz in P7. Carbon Boy, he's having issues somewhere. Just got rear-ended though by Sizzling Sausage. Crikey, that was close at the exit of Radion. No fun to have that happen. He's in P8, Sizzling Sausage P9, and Shiza in P10.
Oof. Spicing up down here at Spa-Francorchamps. And the gap to the lead, Black Project. He had a 13-second lead, but now that the rain's gone away, it's down to 2 seconds. Gur's going to be on for the lead of the race in a lap's time.
He will be. It's the dry line that has evolved in sector 1 and 2. No rain coming down in those sectors at all now, and so the wet tyres are starting to really suffer. There's still a bit of rain and wetness towards the back straight, through Blanchimont, Stavelot, into the bus stop chicane. That's where you'll see him gain a little bit more time there again. But no, Gur is absolutely reeling in Black Project by literally seconds per lap of the stage. The gap nearly coming under a second now. That'll give Gur a bit of a slipstream as well. Black Project's just not having a good time. On every exit, he's just got no grip. There's nothing anywhere. It's down to 0.5 of a second now. All the wet runners having such a bad time. Carbon Boy included, and Killer on Loose included.
As we have a look at our Division 3 forecast at the moment, 20 minutes in, we're about that third icon on the forecast, and it looks like it's going to be cloudy for the next hour or so of this race. So expect some dry running, and as soon as these guys can, to be chucking on the dry compound of tyre. Oh, as Black Project immediately into the pits.
Yeah, fair enough. He's losing a second and a half per lap to the intermediate runners. The question is now, does he go brave? Does he decide it's time for slicks? Is it dry enough for slicks? I'll be honest, just looking at the conditions out there, you might just be able to get away with it at this stage. There's just enough of a dry line out there to tiptoe around the circuit on slicks. This is going to be really interesting. See what Black Project ends up deciding. It's the only one who's pulled the trigger as well. The intermediate runners dominating the grid. There's 10 intermediate runners out there. 3 were on the wet tyres, including Killer on Loose, Black Project, and Carbon Boy, all of which are starting to lose a significant amount of time to the cars now.
You can see as compared to the start of this race, as these guys make their way up Radion, they can just carry so much more speed on these intermediate tyres, as Bombcracks picked up a half-second penalty.
Yeah, that might be cutting it at Eau Rouge and Radion. Very easy to do in the wet conditions up the hill. The usual strategy at that corner is to absolutely throw it up the hill, and you get it just a millimetre wrong, and the stewards will be clicking their pens at you and will come with an invoice.
Absolutely. But Daz, after being dead last on the first lap, he's made his way back up to P5, so very good job so far for Daz. This race still not out of contention for him.
Yeah, that's right. The Subaru there, looking pretty strong in the early parts of this race. Ahead of him, Bumcrack has got a 0.5-second penalty, so he could be looking on to get P4 and take it at this stage. Just to note, we've got Black Project now out of the pit, and guess what? He's on slicks. So slicks, the type of slicks has come, but if he touches a curve, he's going to be sideways. Racing mediums, his choice of tyre. Oh mate, he's got no traction control on either. This is going to be a crazy lap to behold.
He's definitely touching those curbs.
Yeah. He's tempting fate, let's put it that way.
This comes through the corner with no name. And the run down to Puon. This is a crucial corner on these tyres. Oh, just grazing the curb. Don't want to take too much more than that. Oh, manages to keep it on the black stuff.
Stuff, Black Project. If he can keep this up and run these mediums long, the strategy call might end up working out, but he's got a lot of pace to make up. The intermediate run is still running very fast. His lap time after this lap, so he's on an out lap right now, I'll keep an eye on him, Lenocis, because if his lap time, I'll try and figure it out, if his lap times are good enough to counteract the fact that the intermediate runners are going to be running pretty quick. But I will say, the track conditions out there creeping ever closer to full dry conditions on that dry line.
As the front two, it's Gur and Boybegum as them at the moment. 3/10 between these two runners.
Oh, Lenocis, I think I might have spotted something. Carbon Boy has dropped all the way to P11, still running the wet tyres, just getting overtaken by Budsy now. So he's obviously had a bit of a moment somewhere on those wet tyres and dropped all the way back out of P12.
Judging by the lap times, I think it's just the fact that he's on those wet tyres. Nothing's sticking out to me. I think the lap times, they're 8 seconds slower than the Inters at the moment. So
that is a good rate, yes. But I will say that KarenUnleashed, who's on the wets as well, he's been running in the 32s, 33s the last couple of laps, and he's also on the wet tyre. Looks like he's using a lot more of them. I wonder if Carbon Boy is maybe just not trying to wear out the wets too much. Maybe that's why he's going so slow at the moment, as well as... You're right, you're right. Looking at the times, he must not have had an issue, because there's no significant drop in any of his lap times.
as these guys head down towards Puon, as we see a move from Budsy on Killer, gets it down the inside at Puon. Oh, a little bit of contact, but he goes through. Oh, Killer still holding it around the outside. No, the door closes. He has to concede for 11th.
Nice. And Sisson also just got up ahead of Lievenspiel. Lievenspiel is suffering on fuel right now. He's going to have to build this lap. Everyone else doing quite good on fuel. Boybegum running very low on fuel, but look at Boybegum. He's 0.4 of a second behind Gur. This is the battle for the lead going on, but I think Boybegum's going to have to come into the pits this lap.
As he makes his way through the bus stop, they're both in. Oh, what about Freelix? Freelix, oh, I thought he was going to go for a second there, but Bumcrack does come in. No?
I can report... No, he
stays
doesn't.
out?
Yeah. Well, I can report to you now, Lenocis, and everyone in the grandstand. There is zero moisture on the dry line of the track. So there's a lot around, but on the dry line, as it stands now, it's completely dry on the dry line. So this really is, it's time for the slick tyres. I think Boybegum and Gur have made the right choice and come in.
Question is, how much does it hurt you staying out this extra lap? Is it worth that extra lap coming in? We'll have to find out and see how things play out here. But I think let's have a look at this gap to Black Project. He's got half of the track to go, essentially. Just rounding the track at the moment. What I'm wondering is, how has he not set a fastest lap? Oh, okay, because this is his first flying lap, I would imagine.
That's right.
Oh, wait, he's had a massive issue. Oh, no.
Yeah. I think he might have had a bit of a crash somewhere or a spin, maybe, because this is a very slow lap, and this is going to really hurt him in the race here, because out of the pits comes Lievenspiel, out of the pits is Gur, and Boybegum's gone onto the intermediate tyres again.
Oh, no. Oh, Lievenspiel spun, coming out of the pits.
Oh!
Oh, dear. And oh, so Killer on the loose. Oh, no, they're all spinning. We saw this at what's it called? Nürburgring, the first round of the season. And these guys making the same mistake again. I mean, not Lievenspiel, because this is his first race in Sector 1, but... Oh...
Yeah,
massive.
The only place that doesn't really have a dry line evolving, as always, is the pit lane exit. So you're in full wet conditions as you come out the pits. It's where you've got to take care. Now, Black Project has just gone up in Sector 1, 2.1 seconds on his previous time. So I wonder if he had a bit of an issue, maybe an overage already on at the start of the previous lap.
8th place, Carbon Boy facing the wrong way at the exit of Puon. As he goes back onto the track, oh, there's a car coming. Oh, Boybegum.
Oh, wow. That was a close one. And yeah, that is Boybegum going through on the intermediates. That's I'm a bit baffled here by the intermediates choice from Boybegum, because there's nearly next to no moisture on the track at all, as Bumcrack and Freelix and Daz all come in now. They're all very low on fuel.
Sausage. I think this is the point of no return for these guys. They need to jump across to the softs. As I know, Shiza goes around again. Budsy in. And so Boybegum has put the inters on.
Yes, he has. Yeah, he's. I mean, unless there's a mistake right now on my console, he is currently on the intermediate tires, and I did see him trying to look for the wet line and cool down those tires. They're already 10% dropped. And he's only on his out lap.
Oh dear. Potentially a mistake over at the...
potentially a mistake. Yeah.
So Shizer, he's stayed out. So, hang on. Has Carbon Boy pit?
No, Carbon Boy has not come into the pits.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this
neither
means Bum Crack is essentially P1 now. Yes.
Yes. Oh no. At the moment, P1 is currently Boybagum, but with the intermediate tyres, he's going to kill those tyres before he runs out of fuel. So I suspect Boybagum will end up having to come in. So I would. Oh dear. Where's Bum Crack's had a bit of an issue. He spun it on the pit lane exit. Another.
Dear.
Oh no! So he's completely lost out.
Somebody else is spinning as well down there. That's Budsy coming out of the pit lane. This field is so spread out. This is so difficult to keep up with who's where.
That's right. And that pit lane exit has taken 6 victims so far. No one accounting for the fact that there is a full wet condition. It's the only place on track that has yet to really dry out. The rest of the track, it's got this beautifully evolved dry line happening all over the place. But yeah, Carbon Boy at the moment. So Shizer has done very, very well on his intermediate tires. He's running out of fuel. He's managed his intermediates. They are pristine. They're shining with Lenocis at the moment. So tire life not Shizer's issue at the moment. Fuel is going to be the thing that brings him in. He's 24 seconds clear of Boybagum, who's on the intermediates and has pitted. Carbon Boy picked up a penalty in 5 seconds, but his tires are dead and he's running very low on fuel. And the next person there is on the racing soft, and that's Gur, who's rapidly approaching the back rear bumper of Carbon Boy.
So at the moment, I think the intermediates are quicker at this stage of the race. However, Boybagum now will need to make an extra pit stop. But is it really an extra pit stop? Because by the time that... this could be a strategy call. It might look like a blunder from Boybagum, but we have to wait and see how the pit stops play out, how much you can push this car. It might be calculated.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bold strategy if he's made a strategy call on that. If he's expecting any more rain, based on what we're seeing at the moment on the radar, there will not be any more rain for quite some time in this race. He's looking for the wet line as much as possible. Shizer is in the pits now.
We are expecting rain in about 45 minutes time, so, I mean, having the inters on now, that's praying a bit too hard, Boybagum, but cooling him off with that dry line, that wet line, I should say, as the way the tyre wear works in Gran Turismo at the moment is the hotter the tyres are, the more they wear. So, using an intermediate or wet tyre on a dry track, the temperature's going to go into those tyres extremely quickly, and then your tyres are going to wear away. But I would imagine what we're seeing on a couple of these other cars that are on the slick tyres, which is Gur and Felix at the moment, that they wouldn't have worn a whole lot of their tyres just because of how damp and cool the track is at the moment. As Felix gets it down the inside, Gur's gone! Oh dear! As Felix goes through into P2, Gur, the rear end just stepped down on him there.
Oh dear. That's so unlucky. And it was
contact made me. Felix. Oh my god, oh no! Oh, that's disaster. Oh no.
No. Poor Gur. He's just gone. And he's dropped all the way down the grid into P7 now. So, that's not worked out at all. Crikey, there's a lot happening as well. We actually just saw Budsy as well in the background. Went for a massive spin at Overage and Radion as well, mate. So it wasn't just Gur. We've got spins happening all over the place. People trying to push now for the faster times. And for some people, it's just not working out at all. You know who I've got my eye on right now, who's doing really, really well? I'd say potentially a provisional P1 right now. Sizzling Sausage in the GTR. He's had his pit stop. He's on the racing softs. Got plenty of fuel in the pack, and he's 3.1 seconds clear of Felix behind him.
How has he done this? Oh my goodness.
How about a nowhere, I tell And he's setting purple lap times. He's gone purple in sector 2 by 2.6 seconds on his personal best. Oh, Daz has left the room. Okay, so Daz has had a problem.
I believe that was a disconnect because there was something funny on the map. Basically, what I saw was his car was lagging between facing forwards and backwards, and then he was gone. So I have a feeling that was lag induced, but that's heart-wrenching for Daz at this point in the race. From bad to good to bad.
Yeah, that's right. You hate to see it, and GT7, unfortunately, doing GT7 things, and yeah, real shame to lose Daz there for sure. I'm just having a quick look now, Lenocis, at the lap times from Black Project. He's had 2 very bad slow laps. I wonder if he's been trying to save fuel or something. Cowboy into the pits. Black Project right now is not doing enough to catch up with any of the top runners, so he's really, really fallen down. The wet tire choice at the start, I think, is costing him a lot right now. Budsy's ahead of him. He's gone for a couple of spins already and he's still out ahead of track. But of all the people on the grid, the vast majority are on the soft tire, whereas Black Project has decided, nope, I'm on the medium tire, I'm going long.
Okay, so here's something a bit funny. Carbon Boy has just done a 33-minute stint on a wet tire. That is incredible. How?
And he's done that on 1 fuel tank as well.
Yes.
Which is actually incredible. So this is what I was talking about earlier. There are 2 distinct strategies. The most distinct strategy is going to be a 3-stop strategy because the fuel just does not last. Carbon Boy gets out of the pit lane very, very nicely. Doesn't have any issues on replacing softs. A full tank fuel. The other strategy is the 2-stopper, which is much, much harder because you have to do 3 stints, all of about 30 minutes long. The first of which, of course, being on some sort of wet compound tyre, whether it's intermediate or wet, and you've got to make the fuel last 30 minutes, which means you're going to be going slower. But there's a huge pit lane here. There's a very slow pit lane and pit stop. Maybe this 2-stop strategy will actually work out. You're going to have to keep a very close eye on that.
I have a feeling that Carbon Boy is the only one who's really trying this alternate strategy. Because if he's made it... Okay, in the wet, you use less fuel. That's just a fact. But he's only got... He's already done 35 minutes in this race. That's already gone. Could he do the rest of the race on a 1-stop with the drying conditions and praying that the wet at the end allows you to keep your fuel till the end of the race? It's definitely ambitious.
It's very, very risky, but we don't know how much rain is going to come at the end of the race and for how long. We know it's not going to be as torrential as the start, but you're right, like you might be able to ride out some of that wet weather with the slick tyres, but that's going to be such a tall order for Carbon Boy, so if he's able to pull it off, I mean, hats off to him, because it's going to be an unbelievable ride, and it will save him upwards of a minute, potentially, on the overall race time, which is not a small amount, Lenocis.
So at this time, Boybagum is lapping 6 seconds slower than Sizzling Sausage, who is 4 seconds behind him on track at the moment.
Yes. Yeah, so we're 35 minutes into a 90-minute race right now. It feels like we've already done 90 minutes of all the action's been going on. Absolutely insane. I love it. We've got 2 people running on the medium tyre right now. We've got the rest on softs, except for Boybagum, who's in the lead at the moment by only 2.2 seconds, actually doing really good lap times, 2-minute 28 at the moment. Behind him, as he said, 2-minute 22, so about 6-second difference between Boybagum and Sizzling Sausage. But Boybagum's got the fuel to run for another 15 minutes out there, but his intermediates are, what's the word for it? Non-existent. He's using all the grip. The only reason he's extracting half-decent lap times is because he's absolutely punishing the crap out of it. Look, Sizzling Sausage right on the rear bumper of Boybagum now, so he's going to lose his position very soon.
As There is a lot of marks on the back of the Black Rose car, as I could potentially take this move, make this move stick now. Maybe.
Tuesday, he's on the wet line on softs. Oh dear, that's. Oh, that was very nearly a scary moment. Oh, he's actually made contact.
Oh dear.
Okay.
Is Buildup in the pits, or is he? Okay.
I think he intended to do that. One more lap on those tyres he's got. The intermediates are gone. They were a couple of laps ago. So that's the only sensible thing Buildup could do that, in my opinion. Yes, Sizzling Sausage made contact with him, and but look who's behind him. Felix, right there, and Sizzling Sausage made a bit of a mistake with the source. That's going to give that Supra a very good run over Radion. You might see the lead. Go to Felix in just a second. Oh, whoa, oh, that's an invoice for Felix, I suspect. Right, both of them having a little bit of a moment moving over Radion complex there. No penalty so far for Felix. I think he might have just got away with it.
As we have a look on the Next Level Racing action replay at what happened at the final turn, I think. Oh, actually, Felix all over the back of Sizzling Sausage, but on their last lap, 3-second difference. Buildup really held up Sizzling Sausage as Felix chucks it down the inside. Can't quite get it done, but Sizzling Sausage running wide. Felix going to take the move, and he will move up into P1. No! Sizzling Sausage holds his position. This is great defense.
And Felix just ran onto the curb there, got a bit sideways. Ran to the side of Sizzling Sausage, but no bad things happening from that little bit of contact, which is good. He'll have another chance through the last bit of this race. Crikey, what a nice little battle. Bumpcrack, by the way, 4 seconds down the road, the Shies are 4 seconds behind him. So this battle could play into the favour of Bumpcrack, who is our championship leader at the moment. As
Felix, a little bit of a mistake from Sizzling Sausage, and Felix tries around the outside, can't get it done. Sizzling Sausage holding on.
Great defensive driving from Sizzling Sausage right now. He's really rallying himself to keep Felix behind, but the Supra, at some point, that power of that Supra, which when it starts to put the power down, is really kind of unstoppable. Look how fast Sizzling Sausage is through Ponchimon. That's great stuff. Oh, will it be a send? Oh, Felix thinks about it, but Sizzling Sausage closes the door, says, nope, not this time, mate. You have to do it somewhere else. Oh, Felix getting sideways out of the bus stop chicane, and yeah, we go around for another lap. Oh, I think what a good battle going on. We'll just have a quick update here on Black Project. He's now setting 2 minutes 22. Conditions starting to work out, but I think he's been trying to go long. After having headed a little bit earlier than everyone else. Medium, really healthy, goes a little bit deep into the bus stop chicane there. So maybe a bit of a strategy call for him too. Behind him, behind Black Roger right now, is Buildup, who's come out on fresh racing softs and a full tank of fuel.
As Sizzling Sausage and Felix, this battle's still raging on. Felix unable to find a way past Sizzling Sausage at this point in the race.
Yeah, that's right. We've got some comments in chat that I've got to mention. We've got from the Prospector, go the sausage, and from Logan Neely, that's VTX Blind Man GT. Sausage is cooking. Good stuff. Yeah, let the man cook. He's cooking a fine little sausage right there and doing very well. I mean, the defensive moves have been absolutely on point. By the way, both of them on equal tyres and fuel, no difference between them all.
Sizzling Sausage definitely sitting smooth, proving his worth in this category. Currently leading the race, but it might not be for long as Felix sends it down the inside. Sizzling Sausage holds it. I think there's a little bit of contact there, but Felix just backs out as to avoid a penalty. But Bumpcrack is lurking. 2 seconds to the good. Just waiting for any mistake between these two. It's going to bring him right up into the action of this battle.
I just saw the GTR. He rode the bollard there. Got a little bit airborne. Sausage just doing everything he possibly can, but it might be too little too late now. Felix is ahead. What can they do for Bloodspot? Side by side, a little bit of contact there. Oh, they've done well to not go sideways, both of them. Felix ahead, and a 0.5 second penalty to cut in the corner for Sizzling Sausage. Oh, he's made a little bit of contact with Felix as well. Oh,
it's getting sloppy.
It isn't. It's yeah, that's right. They put too much mustard and too much ketchup on that sausage roll, and it is getting a little bit slimy, a little bit sloppy out there. But nonetheless, that fight is now done. Now, I will mention that Mr. Bumcrack in the background, who's on fresher tyres than both of them, he has been creeping up, now only 1.6 seconds behind. And with that 0.5 second penalty for Sizzling Sausage, Crap would be in to get that P2 position, but he's been creeping up on these two. Their battle is really brought him back in. PD Pop saying, everyone loves the sausage. Yeah, I think we can all agree with that. And also asking for a fuel update. So, Lenocis, should we go through the grid once again? Get an idea of where everyone's at?
I think a API tire and fuel update sounds like a brilliant idea.
Excellent. Right, well, we'll go down to our fuel update screen now. Just a quick note, the Black Project is actually in the pits. I don't quite know why. Nonetheless, on to P1 at the moment, Felix. So he is now ahead of Sizzling Sausage. The gap is extending slowly. He's currently at 28% of his fuel, so running a bit low there, or maybe 27%, getting very close to the quarter mark on that fuel tank. His racing soft tyres are about 50% of the way done, maybe just a little bit more than that. Behind him in P2, Sizzling Sausage, about the same. Like, these two have been running almost an identical strategy for a while. And so same thing, it's about 27% of the fuel, 50% of the tyres. Behind them, Bumcrack though, he's got a little bit more fuel in the tank, about 30% of his fuel at the moment. Crikey, the battle continues for P1. I'll let you know if we need to interrupt the fuel update for those just to go back on board with this battle, because it's not over yet for P1. Sizzling Sausage though have to serve the penalty pretty soon. Bumcrack's tyres though, he's only used about 80% of the tyres, and his tyres are looking a vast amount healthier than the two in front of him. Sizzling Sausage will serve the penalty now. I think we'll see Mr. Bumcrack just fly on past him. Yep, there we go. It's just about to happen, and see you later, Sizzling Sausage. Two Supras now leading the pack.
Sausage has been cooked.
That has been cooked and eaten, I suspect.
Eaten by the Toyota Supra.
Surprise, surprise, actually, isn't it? Of course it's the best. Nonetheless, not going to show any bias here, so I'll need to shut up on that point. But nonetheless, continuing down the grid at P4, it is S1 Shizer. His tyres are looking very healthy, 75% worn on the front left there, the rest of them looking very nice. He's running a lot more fuel though, so he's up at about 40% of his fuel currently. Behind them in P5, Gurr, who had those spins early on and just ruined his chance at a really good result there. He could have been ahead of Felix and Bumcrack at this stage. He's running at about 60% of his tyres. He's in a battle with Budsy at the moment, running very low on fuel though, only 20% on board. Behind him, Budsy has about 50% of his tyres on board as well, 24% of fuel. So both of them are actually looking very, very similar. So this battle between these two looking very, very tight at the moment. Budsy's going to get the run on him as well. That's pretty good. Go, Budsy. No, I'm showing bias again. Oh no, Lenocis, you have to stop me, mate. You have to stop me.
As Budsy flies on by down the Camel Straight. Will Gurr be able to mount a reply? No, unable to, but they continue on.
Good stuff. Alright, they're moving down into P7. It is Killer on the loose, running about 50% of his tyres. He's only got about 15% of his fuel left. He's just gone purple in sector 1, so he's absolutely flying. I think he will be coming in to the pit in the next couple of laps. Behind the Boybegun, on 95% of his tyres, he's got 70% of his fuel remaining on board. Remember, he has just pitted recently. He did an extra stint on the intermediate tyres, which we're thinking now is probably a mistake. Nonetheless, behind him, the stranger in the Alfa Romeo, he's got about 50% of his tyres left, 26% of fuel on board. Liebenspiel on debut, having that spin out of the pit, which really cost him. He's on the medium tyres at the moment. They're about 80% of degradation, but his fuel's going to catch him out very, very soon. He might be pitting just for a bit of a fuel stop only at some point soon. He's got only 10% of his fuel on board currently. Behind them it is P11, Carbon Boy. He's now got onto the racing soft and driving very conservatively at this point. We should note that, Lenocis, he's not pushing those tyres at all. Every other person I've jumped through has had tyres screeching. no sound at all from Cowboy coming from those tyres. He's trying to look after them. He's got 50% of his fuel on board, and those tyres are going to go for ages. Behind him and closing rapidly, it is Black Project in P12. Completely fresh racing medium. He's just come into the pits, as we mentioned before, so he had to pit again. I think it might have been for fuel, but he's also changed his tyres again. So, I don't know, Lenocis, the strategy call here for Black Project is not sitting well in my mind at the moment, unfortunately.
I don't know. I mean, he had that massive first stint on the wet tyres. But now, after a couple of mistakes, he finds himself down the bottom of the pack. But anything can happen in this. He's only a minute off the lead.
Yeah, that is very true. Gurr and Kilon Blues both in the pits now. They were suffering on fuel. Kilon Blues had 2%, 10% for Gurr. Both of them will come out on track again. I think they're also changing tyres from what I've seen. So, fresh tyres is going to be the choice for both of them. Sizzling Sausage has actually just lost out the position of P3 now to Shizer. Oh, Sizzling Sausage is off. He's off. Dear oh dear. That's gone very wrong. Sizzling Sausage there. He's been overtaken and he's driven off the track. The racing soft tyres he's on now are very degraded. He's only got 30% left in the front left.
That is not great for Sizzling Sausage at this stage of the race. He is sitting in P4 still, however, which is a very respectable position at this stage of the race, as we're approaching the halfway mark as well. No, we're past the halfway mark, actually.
Yeah. Passed it, yes. Yeah, I was trying to read that myself. I thought, how long is this race? 90 minutes, of course, so 45 minutes the halfway point. Sizzling Sausage gone wide again. Oh,
huge
dear.
issues.
Budsy's going to get him here, I think. And Budsy, by the way, is now holding the fastest lap of this race. 2 minute 18.862. Great time. Both of them are very low on fuel, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw both Sizzling Sausage, who's gone wide again. Budsy goes through. Both of them, I think, will be coming into this lap, if not next.
Very interesting stuff.
Another interesting fact is, sorry, there's just so much going on here, Lenocis, sorry. Boybegum, who's now up into P6, with plenty of fuel and tyres left. Yeah, he's rapidly catching up to the back of those two. He's in P6 now, and setting purple times. Felix, Bumpcrack, Budsy, and Sizzling Sausage all come in. We're about to see Boybegum go back up into P2, Lenocis.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage of the race, you'd think that Boybegum would be making one more stop, and these guys in the pits at the moment should be making one more stop, so I don't think it's worked out that badly for Boybegum here.
It really hasn't. I'm trying to figure out the dynamics of that, because he went back onto the intermediates and was absolutely thrashing them. So what he's done is decided, okay, I'm going to choose the safest tyre possible. And absolutely thrash it. I won't take as much fuel for that second stint on the intermediates, but I'm going to thrash those tyres like the stint tyres. And it seems to have worked out for him quite well, because he is, in fact, back up in the P2. Shizer, who's going to have to pit in the next, I'd say, probably 3 or 4 laps, is only 17 seconds up the road to Boybegum, with an 8-second lead over the Stranger, who also has to pit again. Reasonably soon will have to run very, very long. I think Boybegum has really found a master strategy here. This could work out really well for him.
Because when he first put on those intermediate tyres, although the track wasn't quite wet and it wasn't quite dry, I think the inters were still a second or so lap quicker, and then their pace completely dropped off towards the end of that stint. So I think it was just a sort of like a waiting stint, sort of to time himself to be on the ideal strategy to come home strong. And because he never really planned to be on those inters for too long. I think it was 3 or 4 laps, maybe 5. Let's have a look. Trying to figure it out. I think it was lap 13 and lap 8 were the two, or it might have been lap 9, something like that, where he hopped off of those intermediate tyres. So now, if he can run another 10 minutes or so, another 3 or 4 laps on these tyres, he should be good for a stint home.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I mean, I'm very tempted to go out on a limb here and try and figure out what he's going to run in his next stint. You're right. He'll be able to stay out for another 10, maybe even 15 minutes on his current fuel and tyres, which will put it'll put only about 25 minutes remaining in the race. We saw him do an into stint that was about 20 minutes long. We also know that there might be a bit of rain coming at the end of this race, possibly in the last 10 or 15 minutes. So if you drive carefully enough, you could go onto the inters, save yourself yet another pit stop when the rain doesn't inevitably come down.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a tricky one. I don't know either. It's one of those ones that's just a feeling. It's one of those prophecies that will almost certainly be wrong. I wonder if that's what he's thinking, but nonetheless, a lot of these other guys around the track, for example, Bumcrack, who's 21 seconds behind Boy Big at the moment, he's on the racing softs, full tank of fuel. He's going to be going as close to the end as possible, thinking, when the rain comes, I'll pit for intermediates. So, I don't know, this is going to be really interesting to see. I don't know how to call it at the moment, because we've got about 8 strategies happening all at once. Well, I should say, we've got 13 strategies happening all at once.
Yeah, so Bumcrack and Freelix have just pit, haven't they?
Yes.
So I think for Boybagum at this stage of the race, it's rough because you know that rain, that looming potential of rain at the very end to shake things up. I think he's timed his strategy to end the race perfectly as if it was dry. But he's sort of neglecting the fact that you're going to have to make an extra pit stop if that rain requires you to do so. If it's heavy enough, I think it just comes down to whether the rain comes or not. I think that's what Bumcrack, Freelix, all these other guys are hanging out for. The fact that this rain is probably going to come. There's a good chance. Like, it's in the forecast, and we know Gran Turismo can be a bit funny with its rain sometimes, but it should be coming. So they've timed their strategy. They've just pit. They should be able to do 25 minutes on this on their sets of tires at the moment, and then they should be able to just jump across onto a wet weather compound and bring it home.
Yeah. Well, interestingly, Overgum's just coming to the pits.
Oh, so we've been talking strategy this whole time, and he's just throwing that back in our face.
Yeah, he has just tossed it to the wind, and our prophecies turned out to be predictions that were totally false. Which is, as the great Murray Walker said, that is exactly how it goes. Yeah, he's going to be filling up on fuel, fresh racing softs, and I think he's going to be trying to go to the end on all of that. Now, the rest of the field has just gone through. Bumcrack, Freelix, Shizer, and now Budsy, who will go through as well. It says in Sauce will go through. So Boybagum's going to drop all the way back to, I believe, potentially even P8. He'll be right next to Black Project, who's been running very long on the racing medium tyre. I mean, there's enough strategies going on with the racing softs, let alone add mediums to that, and now add rain to the back of this. It's just, it's very difficult, Lenocis. It's very difficult, but you gotta love it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, I'm gonna go down the route and say that Boybagum's listening to us on the stream, and we just pointed out a flaw in his strategy, and he's done a spontaneous pit stop. That's what I'm believing.
Cheeky. Well, fair enough. We're here speculating on all the different options and getting ourselves on a right model. And he's listening and going, "Oh, I like that little tidbit of information. I'll take that. I'll run with it, and I'll make something happen." I mean, he's right on the back of Gurr right now, and absolutely flying. He's got racing softs, fresh as anything, full tank of fuel. He can go as fast as he likes at this point. Although, if it's 55 minutes in, we've got another 35 minutes in this race. I think Boybagum is potentially thinking, hey, if I go for another really fast stint now, you know what it is, Lenocis. He probably forgot about that last bit of rain in the forecast, didn't he? That's got to be it. And he went, oh shit, I've got to sort that out. So go for another fast stint now, and then pit again at the end when everyone has to pit onto the inters, if they have to pit onto the inters. Well, I think we will see some people stay on the slicks at the end, despite the rain.
As we just happen to look at our APR Automotive forecast at the moment, once again, we're right about that 6th or 7th icon. So we're about 20 minutes away from the finale, which has rain for the final 10 minutes. As there's 9 slots, 90-minute race, 10 minutes each slot. So we should be getting some rain estimated in about 20 or so minutes, 22, 23 minutes.
That's right, and yeah, we should, again, keyword should, was predicting weather is about as accurate as predicting strategies for us commentators. So I will redirect our attention to the battle for P1 right now, because Buncrack and Freelance are having an almighty battle, and 2 Supras going down the Keppel Straight right now, with 1 in the slipstream. This could start to get very interesting, both on similar strategies, but Buncrack doing a little bit more to save tyres and fuel than Freelance. So Freelance is absolutely sending it right now. Both, well, sorry, we just had Buncrack go purple, and then Freelance just immediately took that over, and then also went purple. So they're absolutely flying out there. The lap times are dropping into the 18s. Buildup still holds on to the fastest lap. Behind them, Shizer, who's, I don't know what Shizer's doing. I think it might be the BRZ, but those tyres of Shizer's are just looking so nice.
As in the chat, Beatty Pops has pointed out, a little bit of an inside joke in Sector 1. We can see a little bit of alpine mist just hanging around the track. I mean, we are here in the Ardennes, so it's naturally going to be cold, damp, and we've just had rain, and we're expecting more rain soon, so misty for sure. I mean, we're not far away from the Swiss Alps, only the width of France, but yeah, I mean, it's definitely colder conditions. It's not a desert climate, that's for sure.
It's not the Sahara Desert, folks. Let's just put it that way. It's not the valley of, not the Egyptian Valley of Death here. It's yeah, lush forests, dry, damp conditions. By the way, the wind conditions have dropped off significantly. So only 5.1 meters a second. That will slow down any rain that is coming in over the hills. Spa is located in a very, very big valley. Very long track though, so we could see. Oh, Sizzling Sausage is about to get overtaken by Boy Begum, and Boy Begum's also taken over Gur. So Gur and Sizzling Sausage both getting taken out by overtaken, I should say, not taken out.
Taken out.
Taken out. Yeah, that would be. It's not the right keyword there. Overtaken by Boy Begum, who's on really, really fresh tyres. Budsy, by the way, I think a little shout out for him, because he's just gone and set the fastest lap of the race. He's currently up in P4 and on a very healthy strategy at the moment, catching up with Shizer.
Yeah, as the 2 fastest runners on track at the moment, Boy Begum and Budsy, they're charging towards this podium battle. And, I mean, 30 minutes to go, anything, nothing is out of the question here, anything can happen.
Right, I've just seen some rays of sunshine, mate, coming through the track. It's very cloudy, but there is sunshine out at the Keppel Straight right now. Oh, that is a sight for sore eyes.
Yeah, the track might be starting to warm up. You can still see a little bit of moisture on the track. Nothing to slow the lap times down, but just damp towards the edges a little bit. But that sunshine coming out will definitely dry that up, and we'll see the quickest lap times possible.
Yeah, and I think actually to your point earlier on, the hotter the track is, the more tyres will take on the heat, the more they'll degrade. This could throw a spanner in the works for some of those chaps who are trying to run longer, because suddenly those tyres are going to be degrading a little bit more. There's more sunlight, there's more heat on track. Yeah, you might find yourself wearing out those tyres at a different rate than you were about 5 minutes ago. Carbon Boy is in the pits now. I think he is going for this 2-stop strategy. Yeah, and he's only pitted so far from wets to the softs. He's now out on another pair of softs, coming out of the pit lane right now. Levenspiel still on the race mediums. I'm not quite sure where that's going in terms of that strategy. Black Project on the race mediums as well. And the rest of the field on softs at the moment. Yeah, I don't know. I'm still a little bit unsure as to how the mediums play into this. I can see why people would choose it. We've got the mediums run long. Obviously, Black Project has he's done 2 stints so far on the racing mediums, 1 on the wet. This could work out for him, but he's going to have to come into the pits reasonably soon too.
And as there were no mandatory tyres in today's race due to the rain, Nobody's even touched the hards. Nobody wants anything to do with the hard compound.
Yeah, I think it's a tyre to ignore. You just lose too much time. You might as well run an intermediate tyre here for the few laps than get the hard tyre. I mean, the hard tyre will last for ages, but your fuel's going to run out. Basically the same time as consuming a soft tyre, so it's just really unfortunate. Shame we don't see it more though. You know, if we had slightly bigger fuel tanks, maybe. By the way, Bumcrack's just got a terrible run out of overage from Radion. Picked himself up a 0.5-second penalty. Frelix is all over his rear bumper right now. I think we're about to see the change for a lead.
As Frelix sees 2/10, he might want to get this move done as soon as possible, or he could be sensible and just wait for the burn, penalty burn from Bumcrack.
Yeah, and here's the thing though, Frelix has used about 50% of his tyres, whereas Bumcrack is still around 80%. They're on about equal fuel, but Bumcrack's got a lot more grip in his tyres right now, not taking anything out of them really. Frelix though is absolutely wrecking those tyres right now. Yeah, I think Frelix needs to get it done now so he can be in a position to defend. I mean, he'll get this done anyway as Bumcrack serves the penalty, but he's going to have a heck of a job to defend on really worn out tyres, because Bumcrack's going to be on attack with much fresher tyres.
As they're approaching the burn zone now. There we go, the indicator on screen for Bumcrack to slow down momentarily. And this will be the change for the lead. I think without the penalty, Frelix probably would have got it done this time round regardless, as he's right up under the rear wing of Bumcrack and does go through.
Did Frelix have picked up a penalty there as well? Both of them de-accelerated. I didn't show on my screen, but both of them de-accelerated at the line.
As Frelix, is he going to get the move done? That's the big question. He does. A little bit of push and shove between these two mighty Supras through the bus stop, and it is Frelix by 6/10.
I'm intrigued by what I just saw there. Frelix, I'm sure he didn't have a penalty. I wonder if the penalty for Bumcrack was maybe picked up by a bit of contact, and Frelix, in a sort of semi-redressed manner, tried to sort of neutralise the penalty by hitting the brakes himself. I just don't know. I didn't see anything on my board here.
I was on board with Bumcrack, so I don't know.
You wouldn't have seen it, yeah. I was on board with Frelix and saw nothing. And yet, there he was slowing down at the exact same time. I'm very confused. Maybe GT7 doing more GT7 things. Who knows? By the way, battle on for P3 right now. Budsy is closing very quickly on Shizer, and both of them, well actually Budsy's way worse off in terms of his fuel and tyres, but set in purple sectors in sector 1 right now.
Looking down the order a little bit more, we have Sizzling Sausage and KarenUnleashed up into P7. So I'm thinking 25 minutes left to go. We do one last APR tyre and fuel update just to see how things are going late on in this race.
That sounds like a fantastic idea, Lenocis. Okie dokie, so on board with P1 right now, that's Frelix currently, and putting out quite a good gap on the racing soft tyres. 25% left on the fuel tank, and his tyres are about the same, so about 25% on his tyres. Much worse off than P2 behind him. Bumcrack, you can see on the fugless corners there, doing so much better in the corners. He's got so much more pace. Why? He's also on the same tyre, but he's got about 80% left in those tyres. Same amount of fuel, 25% as it stands right now. So Bumcrack will be doing a lot better in the corners, of which there are many in sector 2. And then back to P3, Shizer. He's got Budsy all over the back of him right now. On the racing softs as well. Currently got 45% of his fuel on board. His front left looking pretty bad, about 60% left, and then the rest of them about 80 or 90%. So he's had to do a little bit of work to keep Budsy behind him, pushing a little bit more pressure onto that front left. By the way, hello sunshine, because it is the clouds have pretty much dissipated entirely, and suddenly we've got sunshine on track. Although that sunshine is mainly around sector 1, sector 2 and 3 looks still a little bit cloudy. Behind them in P4 on the racing soft tyre as well, currently holding the fastest lap of the race, 2:17.896. it is Budsy. So Budsy is, the tyre wear's very even for this Porsche. Looking very, very good. He's taking care of the tyres for the most part, but they're about 60, between 50 and 60% across the 4 tyres. He's running, though, only 20% of his fuel, so he will have to come into the pits in short order. Behind them, Boybegun, he's done very, very well. He's on a saving strategy right now. He came into the pits reasonably soon. Well, not too long ago, I should say.
Saving strategy just set at 217.4.
Okay, yeah, so that's not a saving strategy. He's, I think he's decided to stop the saving and decided to splurge because he's spending the tyres and the fuel. Max,
Yellow flags.
Yellow flag.
That's Shies? No, it's Bumcrack. Bumcrack was gone. That gap to Frelix now out to 7 seconds.
And he's got front splitter damage as well, so he's got into the wall. Oh dear. Yeah, so that's really unfortunate for Bumcrack there. But in terms of Boybegun, he's got 30% of his fuel on board, chasing down Budsy and Shizer. He's got 80% of his tyres left, and as he said, now he's really starting to spend that capital that he's banked up. So done well on the investment board there. Obviously got the right people working for him. Sizzling Sausage behind there, P6, suffering on tyres, 20% left on that front left. And he's got about 20% of his fuel left as well. P7 goes to Gurr right now, 10% of fuel, so he'll be coming into the pits reasonably soon. 50% left on those racing soft tyres. Then the Stranger in the Alpha, 0.5 second penalty he's picked up, unfortunately. 80% on the front tyres and 50% on the rears. The Alpha really burning up the rear tyres. He's got, though, on board 35% of his fuel. Just coming out of the pits, it is Killer on the loose in P9. Fresh Racing Softs, 100%, and a full fuel tank as well. Behind him, who's just pitted as well, is Black Project. He's on another set of medium tyres, just full tank of fuel. So far, Black Project has yet to use the soft option tyre.
Definitely an interesting call.
Yeah, I'd say so. Maybe he feels like the Ferrari just burns out the softs too much. It's quite possible that's the case. He certainly wasn't using the mediums too much either, but yeah, we'll see how that evolves. Behind them, he's just pitted as well, Carbon Boy P11. He's on a 2-stop strategy right now. Keep an eye on this man towards the end of the race, which is coming up in about 21 minutes. I think Carbon Boy won't be pitting again. He's on the racing soft tyres, they're about 95%, and he's got approximately 65% of his fuel on board right now. I suspect that amount of fuel, and not wanting to pit again, he'll be running fuel. Behind them, it is Levin Spiel, our debutant in P12. He's 24 seconds behind Carbon Boy at the moment. He's just come out from the pits. He's gone from the top of the grid to the back of the grid, sadly, on debut, which has not worked out for him particularly well. Racing softs, they're brand new, and
Thank you, Crazy Good Kung Fu, for the API Tyre fuel update. But as it stands, Frelix and Bumcrack, 7.5 seconds between the two, but Shizer, Budsy, and Bumcrack in a massive battle for the second step on the podium. As Budsy shows the nose to Shizer as they come through Puon.
Unfortunately, Bumcrack, he's gone from fighting for P1, fighting for his life in P2 right now. And Budsy is being brought into this second by second, although Budsy will have to pit next lap, so will Bumcrack. So Bumcrack and Budsy will pit next lap, and Shizer, he'll be out for another 3 or 4 laps. Frelix is also going to have to pit as well. He's got no tyres left now.
Depending on how much rain comes, this could be the last stop for these guys. So that would mean that Shizer will be inheriting the lead of the race, as I think Frelix has gone around again. He has. Maybe. Oh no, I was looking at the back marker. He goes in. Yes.
There we go. Okay, yes. That prophecy came true. Thank goodness for us, yeah, that was Liebenspiel at the moment going through the source at that stage. Yes.
Bumcrack and Budsy dive in. So this means, how long can Shizer go? How much further?
Well, he's got about 15% of his fuel on board. The tyres are not the issue. The fuel is the issue right now. If he saves, he could get 4 laps out of this, which is only about 8 minutes on track. He's going to have to pit. He's only got 2 or 3 laps at maximum pace here if he's not fuel saving. So I would expect him now to put absolutely everything on the table, do the fastest lap he's able to do, for the next couple of laps and try and do what is essentially going to be an overcut on these chaps. We've got 5 in the pits right now. Sizzling Sausage as well as Buildup. You're right, these will be the last pits for them. Killer on Duluth doesn't have to pit again. Gurr doesn't have to pit again. That Project is all over the back of Gurr, doesn't have to pit again. Carbon Boy doesn't have to pit again. The Stranger doesn't have to pit again, and neither does Liebenspiel. I think the only people in risk right now of being overtaken with a pit stop is potentially Sizzling Sausage. Killer on Duluth will get past them, the rest will fall behind. Out comes Freelix, out comes Bumcrack, out comes Boybegum, out comes Bubsy, and Killer on Duluth will get ahead of Sizzling Sausage. So, yeah, not much change there really. The real question is, can Shizer put in good enough laps to get further ahead of Freelix to get the lead maybe, or certainly take the second place off of Bumcrack.
Bumcrack has closed that gap to Freelix by 2 seconds in the pit stop, so potentially a difference in fuel being taken on by the 2 drivers.
Good guess there. That is absolutely spot on. Bumcrack has taken slightly less fuel. Freelix decided to take a full tank.
Which that gap already extending out to 6.5 for 2 reasons, mainly because Freelix and Bumcrack Bumcrack and Boybegum are fighting, I should say. Bumcrack under a lot of pressure, Freelix with the free air, and secondly, lighter fuel loads with more fuel load on board for Freelix, it means that he can push the car more, so that gap naturally going to extend a little bit.
And interestingly as well, Boybegum's gone for a full tank of fuel as well, so he's spent just as long in the pits, but I think he has more fuel on board. Yes, Shizer is indeed in. So he had a short pit stop, and that's allowed him to get past not only Budsy, but all the way back up onto the back end of Bumcrack. Excuse that paragraph, folks. Budsy, by the way, picked up a 0.5-second penalty. He's just served that now. That'll pull him back a little bit further. Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. We need to keep an eye on Shizer and where Bumcrack and Boybegum are on track. That's going to be the key. A lot of fuel does need to go in the tank for Shizer, though. There's only 17 minutes or less than that now, 16 minutes left in this race, though. So Shizer doesn't need a full tank. He can run lean here. Freelix does go through. Shizer's still in the pit, 70%, 75, 80%.
Oh, a lot of fuel.
Oh, that's too much fuel. Oh, no. Yeah, so all of them are going to get past, and Shizer...
Oh no! He comes out in P2.
Oh, he has come
He's
out
ahead of them.
Yeah. Oh, he's not going to have the speed down the straight though. Boybegum's going for a move. They're going to go maybe side by side into Eau Rouge. Oh my goodness.
So Shizer has put in a lot of fuel, and now he's going to be able to go till the end, wringing the neck out of his BRZ.
Yeah, that was actually a very good strategy call there from Shizer. Boybegum and him are going to be fighting tooth and nail to the end. They're on literally identical amounts of fuel. Bumcrack is on less than both of them, so he's going to have to maybe be a little bit more conservative. They're all on fresh racing soft tyres. Budsy behind them has got the same amount of fuel as Boybegum and Shizer. So I think Bumcrack might have said, I'm going to just reduce the time of the pit stop. I think he had less fuel on board when he went in as well. So in essence, he's had to fill up more or less the same. But it has apparently cost him just a little bit, unfortunately.
As we have a look at the forecast for the final time in this Division 3 race, we are getting close to the predicted rain. It's 4.5 minutes away on paper. That's what the radar is telling us, but will anything fall, and will that trigger a round of pit stops?
At the moment, there's sun out on track. If you were out there right now, you'd be saying, oh, it's raining again. But we know it's Spa. It could be a downpour at any point. The clouds have actually come back in. There's only a little bit of sunlight creeping through.
A couple of headlights on the cars showing as well.
That's true, yes, that is true. So that may be an indication the clouds cover is coming back in. I'm very excited for the end of this race, Lenocis.
As Boybegum gets past Shizer, gets it done before Blanchemont.
Wow, that Karen is flying right now.
But Shizer, once those tyres come up to temperature, which they will be doing so right about now, he's going to be able to absolutely push like mad. and any fuel troubles with the guys around him, Schizer's going to be able to capitalize on that as we see Budsy and Bumcrack going side by side through Lenocis. But it looks like Budsy manages to pull it off, gets the drive out of the corner over Bumcrack, and puts himself up into P4 once again, chasing down Schizer.
Yeah, that's a great little move from Budsy there. Absolutely brilliant. A little bit of scraping wheels through, but he's going to have a huge slipstream now. We know the Porsche is fast. We know that the BRZ does not have the best top-line speed, so Schizer is going to be under a huge amount of pressure here. Budsy lying down a podium position. Boybegun is just driving off in the distance. Frelix, though, 7 seconds up the road. But that gap is coming down. Boybegun is flying right now in the McLaren.
The rain is due any minute now. This is going to be a massive finish. Whether the rain falls, whether these guys take the gamble on the pit stops. This is going to be a grandstand finish.
Yeah, flip a 13-sided coin. If the rain comes down, it is all to play for. If the rain doesn't come down, we're still going to have an incredible battle because all of these guys are slightly different strategies. It's very slight, but they're all in a battle. We've got the different cars up there. We've got Subarus, we've got BRZ, Subaru, we've got McLarens, we've got Porsches. We've got 5, I believe. No, 4 different manufacturers in the top 5. Very exciting, and there's lots of different variables that are going into the calculations. My head's spinning right now, Lenocis. Adding rain into the equation, I just don't even know.
These guys will definitely have their radars turned on, watching from inside their cars to see if the potential for rain should be coming. I mean, it's predicted there's supposed to be rain at the end of this race for the final 10 minutes, but with 1 minute 30, 90 seconds till that due date, I mean, the sun's still out.
Yeah, it's still a beautiful day out there right now. I couldn't imagine for a second that it's going to start raining, but the dynamic system in GT7, it's been, you know,
Budsy.
Budsy, yeah, Budsy's going to get him.
Down the inside into Lenocis. Tried around the outside for Bumcrack, but goes the inside on Schizer and gets the move done. Onto the podium now for the first time all race from Budsy.
That's brilliant. And he qualified not particularly well from memory, so he's done very well to get himself back up. I think this might be coming down to the fact that we were having that conversation earlier. MR cars versus FR cars out here. Yes, we've got Frelix out the front, he's in a Supra FR, but the P2 and P3 right now.
Bumcrack down the inside on the Camel Straight. Can he get it pulled up? Schizer running very deep, goes off the track. Bumcrack puts himself up into P4 after Schizer's mistake.
Yeah, that's unlucky for Schizer. He almost took out the back of Budsy as well, so I think he just decided, oh no, I've missed it. That's it, you know. But you've got to try and defend. Once someone's up the inside into the lagoon, it's all but over. The only option you've got is to break really late, hold it down the outside of the corner, and hope to get the inside of the second half of the lagoon. And unfortunately, with Budsy sitting right there, you can't hold that much speed around there because Budsy's going to take the corner as normal, so he had no real option, unfortunately. But good on him for taking the run off there, but it's cost him.
As the rain is due any moment now.
It's a little cloudy in sector 2. I will be honest, it is a little bit cloudy down there. Definitely not looking as bright around the circuit right now. Sector 1 seems fine, the end of sector 3 seems fine, but the end of sector 2, just a little bit cloudy, but I don't see us getting any more rain here at the moment. Unless something drastically changes in the next couple of minutes in terms of this weather. The wind has slowed down, so any weather that is there is going to be slower to approach. There may be rain on the horizon right now, we just can't see it, and the wind is not bringing it in particularly fast.
So I think Boybegun, he's gambled on his strategy here, and it looks like it's paid off.
Yes.
As he sets the fastest lap of the race.
Oh. What was that I said about a saving strategy? Yeah, that turns out that was absolutely rubbish. Boybegun's on a charge right now. He's not really taking any time out of Frelix at the moment. So that gap has stayed pretty much the same the whole way through. I will say that Felix's tyres are looking rather unhealthy at about 70%, whereas Boybegum has got fresh tyres. They're on about the same amount of fuel. So maybe in the latter half of this race, when Felix's tyres start to really fail him, Boybegum could end up maintaining a more consistent pace, and that could put him within spitting range of Felix at the end of this race. Hold on, it's starting to get a lot grayer all of a sudden here, Lenocis. Might just be the first thing that we got, because it was sunny on the Kemmel Straight. It's now very cloudy, and I can't call it yet. I just cannot. We haven't seen the weather radar at the moment. We can't see if there's any rain actually coming in, but it's tricky. It's getting cloudier though. It's getting cloudier. That's all we can report at this point.
Even if we get a little bit of rain at the very end of the race, that's going to shake things up massively, because it won't be enough to warrant the wet tyres. So these guys will be struggling on the slicks.
Commentators' delight, to be fair. The drivers, they're going to hate them. And we're going to absolutely love watching the end of it. If we get a little bit of rain, oh, brilliant. I mean, I'm going to watch the front of all of these cars and see if I can notice any of those windshield wipers just turning on, even if it's just for a half a second or so. Sector 2 looking grayer and grayer now. The clouds really coming in. But the field's spreading out quite a lot now. No real battles happening on track for the most part that I can see. And I think, fortunately, we've had a couple of folks who's just not made it work today. The 2-stop from Carboy, unless there's rain for the next 30 seconds, I don't think that 2-stop strategy really worked out. He's been averaging in the 221s, 224s. I don't think the 2-stop really worked out. Black Project as well, who was leading the race, qualified in P1 with an excellent time, and Levenspiel, both of them down almost out of the top 10. Really unfortunate for those chaps.
Yeah, it's funny how it works out like that.
Yeah. That's racing.
Oh, Budsy gets the quickest lap of the race, 17.4.
Very nice. He's been averaging in the 217. Well, 3 217 laps in the last 4 laps. And before that, 219. He's been very consistent with his Porsche. That bit of machinery looking very strong here today, as well as the McLaren. I have to admit, Boybegum has done a really good job. That second intermediate stint, I thought he'd be down there where Black Project is, but somehow he's just pulled something out of the hat, and I don't know what it is. It seems like magic to me right now, but he's making it work, and that McLaren is helping him do that, so hats off to him at the moment.
As we have Cruisin in the chat, he's pointed at something out. The fastest lap from Boybegum on lap 32 was a very nice number, because it was a 17.458, the car that Cruisin drives in Division 2.
Very good. I like that. Yes. Good stuff. It's good. That's good spotting as well. Very eagle-eyed. So well done.
As to answer your question, Cruisin, these guys have done 3 stops, I believe, maybe 4.
It's a bit of a mix at the moment. We've got a few who've done 4 stops. That's including the likes of Black Project. Carboy has done 2 stops so far, and the rest have done 3 stops. So it's between 2 and 4 stops at this stage. Most of the guys at the top right now have been on a 3-stop strategy. So the 3-stopper seems to be the fastest strategy out there at the moment.
Especially in Division 3, as it's different weather for all the divisions, so definitely a little bit interesting to see how the strategies change depending on the weather in the different divisions.
That's right, and of course we've been running since late morning here on the track, but the Division 1 race happens a little bit later in the afternoon. They could be staring down some darker conditions as well as rain. This is going to get very interesting. 4 minutes remaining in this race, Lenocis. It is getting very cloudy out now, but I think I'm going to call it right now. I don't think we're going to see rain at the end of this race.
The McLaren's headlights are on, which means it is getting dark. The McLaren, one of the last cars to put its headlights on.
We might get just a small smattering at the end. But as you mentioned earlier, we were supposed to have rain about 6.5 minutes ago, so it hasn't really happened. The conditions maybe just not dynamic weather, just not changing quick enough, or whatever it is. But yeah, I mean, at this stage, I just don't see it really happening.
As things are really spreading out now, I mean...
Yeah, although, I will say, and I should have said this earlier, with Freelix's tyres are going to die much sooner than Boybegum's. Boybegum's really starting to push now, in the low 17s now, pretty consistently. Mid 17s, I should say, very consistently. The gap, which was 6.9 seconds, is now 4.5. So actually, Boybegum is now like, right, time to spend all the capital, I'm going into the negative, time to get a loan and go after Freelix and give it everything. Freelix is going to be struggling in the last few laps. He's saved no tyres at all. He's going to be on essentially 0 tyres by the time this race finishes.
Well, there's only one lap remaining.
One lap left, so
yeah,
I mean, he's still pretty much, so he's on about 15% of his front left right now. He's struggling, but you're right. He might just get 2 more laps here.
He's gonna be close to get that last lap, Freelix, and if he does, he'll be the only one to get it.
That's correct. Yeah, that's correct. Oh well, then I don't think Boybegum can get 4.2 seconds. Made up a bit of time. No, he's lost a bit of time there on the accident source. So yeah, it's a tall order. But you're right, nothing else really going on track. The order as it stands right now does appear to be where it's going to finish, and yeah, I think I might be right for once. So once in my commentary career, I might be right.
Oh no! Killer's miscalculated. He's in the pits on the final lap.
Oh no! Yeah, he's got 3% fuel left. Oh dear, oh dear. Yeah, he might have been expecting and hoping for the rain to come in. He hasn't, so he hasn't had a chance to do it in pit stop. And it's a bit of miscalculation on the field. That's really unfortunate for him. Righty. Well, that was a very intense 90 minutes. I'm a bit gutted that Ray didn't come at the end of this race, but you know, it is what it is. At least we were able to see all of these strategies evolve nicely. And yeah, got to give my hats off at the moment to Buddy and Boybegum. Buddy, because I wasn't expecting to see him up in the Boybegum because he was running a totally bizarre strategy that still has me completely. And Freelix because he really just put in a solid drive. Got ahead of Bumpcrack, that was critical for him when he did that. And has run himself a very, very tidy race so far.
I don't think anybody knows how Boybegum's strategy worked out, but it has.
I just asked him after the race, just like, hey, what was the thought? What was going through your mind when you pitted for intermediates again? And if it was a mistake, hats off to you for recovering from your mistake. If it wasn't a mistake, what the hell were you thinking?
Yeah. As I don't think Freelix is going to get this final lap. So it may be the final lap of the race here now.
Yep, that's it.
It is, it's all over. Freelix will take P1. Boybegum finishes in P2. Budsy takes P3 for Ice Resports. Bumcrack across the line in P4. Shizer will take P5. It'll be Sizzling Sausage, his best finish in Sector 1 at the moment. He will come home momentarily in P6.
Hats off to him. He was running very high up in the timings earlier on, and yeah, solid race from Sizzling Sausage. Very good performance for him.
The onions,
so far, as we mentioned. Yeah.
The onions have been taken from underneath and they've been put on top of the sausage sizzle as he comes home in P6 for Black Rose Racing. Will then be Killer, who's making his way through the bus stop chicane. Now, we have a battle for P8 between Gur and Black Project. I think Gur is going to hold on, though. Killer takes P7. Oh, it's going to be a drag race on the line. Oh, Gur just gets him by a 10. Black Project finishes P9. and it will be the Stranger in the Alfa Romeo who will be coming home in P10 for Doghouse. Rounds the final corner now of the bus stop. A short run down to the start-finish line. And you'll take P10. Carbon Boy from Session Motorsport. He tried the alternate strategy, but unfortunately didn't pay off, so he'll have to settle for P11. And if fuel is an issue, which it might be, he potentially might even lose that position to the debutant Levenspiel.
Running on the smell of an oily rag right now, so I mean, he's calculated his fuel to the absolute decimal point. That is 0. He's actually out of fuel on the line. Well done.
And Levenspiel finishes in last place.
Well, that was a bloody good race, I have to admit. Well done to everyone in there. Because from my perspective, challenging conditions, lots of different strategies, some well executed, some that didn't work out as well as people would have hoped, but I think a good race overall.
As we have a look at the official race results. After the Division 3 Round 8 of Sector 1 Season 7, Felix takes the win in the Spa-Enduro, the last double points round of the season, and finishes 2.5 seconds ahead of the CP McLaren driver in Boybegum. Budsy takes P3 and the Go Kanga fastest lap with a 2:17.403, just pipping Boybegum there. Mr. Bumcrack finishes P4, the first and the only car of the Kraken Esports in this category. P5 for Shizer in the BRZ. P6 for Sizzling Sausage, his best finish in Sector 1. P7 is Killer and Loose. P8 is Gur. And looking at the final few, it's Black Project in the Ferrari, finishing in P9. Daz, the Stranger, in P10. Carbon Boy is 11th. Levenspiel, the last of the finishers. And Daz, fortunately retiring from that race on lap, I think it was lap 12 or 13 there, so unfortunate for Daz.
Yeah, really unlucky. It was early on in the race, sadly for Daz, and yeah, real shame to see him out.
But oh, wow. Who do you think, who's your driver of the day, CGK?
It's a tricky one for me, and of course I always have to avoid the old bias. For me at this stage, it's between Felix and Boybegum. Boybegum's strategy was bizarre, but it seemed to work. So you've got to give him props for that. At the same time, Felix has done very, very well. In fact, it's between the top 3 for me, really. We've got Budsy with the fastest lap and a great race. We've got Boybegum with a totally bizarre strategy that somehow worked out. And we've got Felix, who obviously won the race and didn't qualify at the top of the grid. So I really don't know. At this stage, I'd probably end up giving it to Felix. He ran a very, very good race. He's taken P1 from essentially out of nowhere, and a solid race from him overall.
Absolutely. I think I'm going to give my driver of the day to, I think it's just got to go to Sizzling Sausage. I mean, he did almost everything right. He had a good strategy. He had the chance to go all the way, but came up a little bit short. It was a good all-round race from Sausage. Qualified quite far. Not quite far. It was a P8, which is very mid-pack. And he turned it into a decent result there. So P6 for the Sausage. We have a couple of Driver of the Day submissions in the chat. Petey Pops gives his Driver of the Day nomination to Sizzling Sausage. Felix gives his to Sausage. Diabolus, Driver of the Day to Budsy. The Dadson gives his Driver of the Day to the Sausage. Jimmy Superfly gives his Driver of the Day to Sausage. Debrev to Boybegum. Prua gave his Driver of the Day to Prua because Prua was supposed to be racing tonight, but he mixed up his times and he missed the start of the race, unfortunately. Had to sit on the sidelines. And Stranger giving his Driver of the Day to sausages. So multiple sausages now.
So, sausage sizzle, anyone?
$2.50. We're selling them down at the Black Rose garage.
Yeah, it's like gold coin or no card, of course, cash only.
Yeah.
Raising funds for tire replacement services for next season.
Yeah.
Yeah, good stuff though. I even though I won't, my driver of the day doesn't go to sizzling sausage, but I have to agree with everything you said. I think he did do a very, very good job there. And yeah, the GTR is not always the easiest car to handle in a lot of these places. It's certainly not one with any significant advantage anywhere. So overall, yeah, very, very good job by him. But Div 3, well done. I think overall a great race. What a brilliant 90 minutes. For those in the top 3, securing double points for their teams, it's brilliant. And they're going to be absolutely wrapped with that result.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think we're going to call it here for Division 3. Special thanks to CGK for race directing our Division 3 Enduro tonight. But we're going to head to a 10-minute intermission so that our Division 1 boys can get sorted and ready to go for their 90 minutes of Spa. And let me tell you, it is a wet one. So stay tuned, and if you haven't already, like the video and subscribe to the channel so you can stay tuned on all of the Sector 1 sim racing action. And wow, I mean, if you thought the action in Div 3 was enough, just wait until Div 1, because they're going extremely wet and extremely slippery. There's going to be a lot of downpour on the track in the next couple of minutes. So we'll be right back, everybody. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Grab some popcorn and sit down, relax, and watch the Div 1 race. Yeah. Hello, everybody. We are back for Division 1 here at Spa-Francorchamps. And we've got their 90-minute Enduro coming up. And things are shaping up to be very, very interesting here in Division 1. I mean, it's just going to be a very exciting race. Very, very wet. We'll have a look at the track map once again to see their forecast for Division 1. Going to be raining, light rain up until about 20 minutes in. Then it's going to be heavy rain before it moves into a torrential cycle before easing off towards the end. So we'll have to wait and see how their weather plays out tonight. Of course, my name is Lenocis, and joining me in the commentary box for your Division 1 race is your race director, Carbon Boy. How are we doing tonight, Carbon Boy? I mean, it's over now, and now we get to watch the Div 1 guys do their thing. But before we do get into that, I think we should have a look at how the points are shaping up in Division 1. So Geesh leads the way for Respawn Esports on 217 points as of round 7. Morgan Davey comes up in P2 for Deeds, 189 points to his name. Atom for Respawn Esports in 3rd. The first of the sister team, the Hooncorp Esports driver in TX3 GTR, currently holding on to 4th position in the standings. Captain Muffin, the CP driver, in P5. HC Lewis, who will not be here tonight due to a late scratching, comes in P6. Woody in 7th for Brockio 5 Sim Racing. Young Wakey in P8 for Kraken. Ricky Bobby in P9 for Obsession. 10th is Blind Man for Dadson. 11th is Corey Hack for Red Mist. Scar in P12 for Lightning. 13th is Hellraiser for Brockio 5 Sim Racing. And 14th is Neff for Black Rose, who I believe has had to step aside from the series as well, so he will not be here tonight, instead being replaced by FAF there at Black Rose, I believe. Yeah, it's Black Rose. Yes, Black Rose. So ready to get underway with our qualifying anytime now. In the short 10-minute span between our Div 3 race and the Div 1 race, have you... Why? What? Carbon Boy, why have you repainted the button? We just spent how long scratching off the paint, and it's just back again.
We've smashed that big button and we've got qualifying underway, and it does appear to be a little bit moist out on track.
Just a little bit. As these guys head out on track.
Tyre choice for qualifying will be interesting because it may or may not be the tyre that they're starting the race on. That little bit wet, according to the moisture meter. It's just on the edge of the bottom third, just dipping into the middle third in some sectors of the track.
As Captain Muffin is the driver leading him out on track in his golden McLaren for CP Motorsport. The conglomerate team, Brockio 5 Sim Racing, partnership with CP. Woody, the first of the 2 drivers in this field, as he runs a little bit wide, top of the track there. Through goes the young Wakey, Division 2 reigning champion. And it's getting quite heavy out there, looking at the rain now. Okay. The game... Okay.
Hopefully our pit lane commentator, CGK, has his umbrella down in pit lane tonight. Otherwise he might have to seek some shelter in a friendly garage or two.
It's raining sideways. Over and out.
He's probably down on at the Black Rose garage, just eating one of those sausage sisters that have had going on down there. Gold coin donation.
By the sound of things, I think he has forgotten his umbrella.
Uh-oh. Looking further down the order, we have Ricky Bobby for Obsession Motorsport getting all sorts of sideways on the run down towards Blanchemont. Hellraiser, the other Rocky 05 sim racing car in tonight's race, and I think we have two different liveries on the grid for Rocky 05 sim racing. We have Woody in the normal one, and then Hellraiser in the white and pink livery.
I believe that is the same livery that they ran at the sprint round at Willow Springs, if my memory serves me correctly. But I am happy that they're doing that because it will help me a lot in managing to tell the difference between the two.
Absolutely. And just behind Hellraiser is the Division 1 championship leader. It's Distinct Jish in 6th on the road. Just behind him is team owner, freshly home from Amsterdam, HC Atom, after his GT World Series debut a couple of nights ago. So congrats to Atom. He's here swinging his fists, hoping to take out another Sector 1 win like the one that he got in Watkins Glen just a couple of weeks ago. Just behind him is FAF.
He's been a bit naughty and he's picked himself up a half-second penalty, probably through Eau Rouge Radeon.
You have to be so careful through those corners, just because as soon as you go over the paint, which is very easy to do, the game is going to instantly punish you with that half-second penalty, despite and doesn't take into account any context. You're over that line, you're picking up a half-second. GTR, one of Sector 1's greatest drivers, here tonight. Looks like he's struggling a little bit in his GTR in this wet. Continues on for now. Blind Man, the Datsun driver, in P10. Has had a very quiet season, but the Mercedes, it has potential to be a good car around Spa. Historically, it's always been a decent choice. So very interesting to see how it stacks up here tonight at Spa. Morgan Davey in P11 on the road. Yet another new design on his Deeds car, which we've been accustomed to seeing over the last few weeks. Not too sure what kind of Deeds can this livery is based on, but I'm sure somebody would be able to let us know. Maybe Karen is in the chat there, just listening in. Oh, Scar! Oh, he's had a 1 second penalty, plus he just had that massive sideways moment on the back straight. Looking up to the front, Captain Muffin sets the first lap time at 2:43. Wakey to P2, Woody Geesh to the top of the pile. Atom is even quicker. Ricky Bobby slots into P7. GTR straight to the top of the timing charts. 3.5 seconds to the good. Blind Man splits the two sister teams. Great lap from Blind Man. As we look further down the order, I think that's everybody completed their first lap. As Scar pits again for a new set of tyres, I would believe. Maybe the Inters aren't doing it for him, coming in for a set of wets, potentially. Not too sure what's going on there for Scar.
Into the pits, what kind of tyre choice is he coming out on? He's come out on the softs. That's brave, considering how wet the track is right now. That is incredibly brave.
Although, there is a slight dry line starting to form. No, this is not the tyre. Can see him struggling already. It's not going to work through Eau Rouge and Radeon.
Nope.
Oh, he's crawling.
Nope. There is a lot of understeer. Oh, he's nearly, and he's gone. He's gone.
I think
Oh,
another
yeah.
lap, at least, before you can even start thinking about the slick tyres, as we'll have it in the next level racing action replay. As he came over the top, clipped that curb, the rear end stepped out, went to go save it, and it's too slippery. He just spun it around. But Scar continuing on now. As we look back down, we saw Woody earlier giving way to the faster drivers behind, wanting to set a lap time.
I think Woody's just looking for a nice clear bit of track here.
Unlike Jishu, who has a view full of the rear end of the Kraken Esports young drivers Supra.
There we go, Woody's back underway at full throttle. Oh, and someone's just, I think Adam has just binned it at the bus stop. He has, and he's been reset in a big fashion. That has not gone well at all.
FAF on debut to the top of the timing tables. What a lap from him. I mean, not on debut in the GT3 cars, I should say.
Not a bad effort in beating GTR in a GTR while driving a GTR. And they're pretty much, well, they're not quite nose to tail, but GTR is within sight of FAF, and I think seeing him at the top of the timesheets in this qualifying session might just annoy him a little bit.
But the track is ramping up, and this is the lap you want to be considering those soft tyres. So expect a very quick operator in Scar. I think he's nailed it here. I think because he's going to be crossing the line with 30 seconds left on the clock, so the track is going to be at its driest. I think Scar might get the... Oh, he's gone. Oh
Yeah,
no, that's going to be a penalty. Oh no, he's ruined the lap before it's even begun.
He
If
has
the
got
game-
a little bit of damage, but
the
if he
game-
can get across the line in the next 34 seconds, he might have it. He will have a glimmer of hope at getting a decent lap out of this. Might be able to salvage something out of this qualifying session, which so far has not exactly been going his way.
I mean, he's in prime position for the pole here. He's the only driver on track in this situation, as FAF has exited to pits. Not too sure what's happening there. I think the stewards might want to have another look at that. But we're approaching the end of the session now.
Yeah, but I definitely heard a few pens going click, click, click then. That's, not sure if the team owners have been in his ear or not, but that's not exactly looked upon too kindly.
As Muffin, expect him to go to the top of the charts. He does by 5 seconds, but the times are going to tumble. It'll be Jeesh next, 1 second quicker than him. Young Wakey goes P3. It goes Ricky Bobby at P3 instead now, and it will be a Hellraiser to P4. Splits Ricky Bobby and Wakey. And GTR to the top of the times by half a second. Next will be Woody to not in the top 8. Just trying to find who else is on track. I am not too sure. Morgan Davey goes P2, front row of the grid. So there's only one driver out on track, and it is Scar, and he's on the soft tyre. So what can Scar do on this track? He's the only driver taking the risk on the softs. This is a one-shot quali and for Scar, and he's pretty much already messed it up coming onto the lap, so not too sure what's going on here. As he comes into the technical second part sector of the lap. Oh, Atom improves. I didn't realize he was on a lap. Where does he go? P4 potentially? Yes. Slots himself onto the second row of the grid, but it is Scar. As FAF, he was first, now he's 11th. Exiting to pits has completely ruined his qualifying.
He was on an outlap then and has exited back to the pits again.
As Scar approaches the final braking zone, what's it going to be? I think he's going to be down, but how far down? That's the big question. 32, 33, only goes P11. So that concludes the session.
Well, it's an improvement. Any improvement is good.
As now we have to wait out the timer because FAF exits pits.
Bugger.
Well, probably a good time for me to give you guys an update from the sausage sizzle down here at Black Rose Motorsport. You were absolutely spot on, mate. I forgot my rain jacket. I had no umbrella. Luckily, there was a tarpaulin that was being hung over the pit lane area of the sausages. The sausages were nice and dry, they were great, but there was a big line, so I got kicked out immediately. Pouring with rain, I'm absolutely soaked. I will say there were some teams out there that were holding a set of softs in preparation, but none of them decided to do it except for Scar, and they actually had a set of inters that were unwrapping at the end, thinking, oh, maybe we could get another lap in. Didn't work out for them, as you can see.
As we have a look at the qualifying results now from that session. And it's GTR who takes the Gokanga fastest lap and pole position of a 2:22.869. Morgan Davey in P2 joins GTR alongside on the front row. Just 3 and a bit hundredths off GTR with that lap time. Woody in P3 for Brocco 5 Sim Racing. Adam takes P4. Geesh, the championship leader, can only muster a P5 start. We saw it last race out at Laguna Seca though. Much better in the race than he is at qualifying, Geesh, so expect him to climb his way through the pack. Muffin in P6 in the McLaren. Ricky Bobby goes P7. Hellraiser takes 8th. Young Wakey P9. Blind Man 10th. Scar 11th. And the man who was at one point sitting on provisional pole position can only muster a P12. So, that definitely shakes things up at this stage.
We'll also just mention that I did bring some sausages into the comm box for these guys. So if you do hear any erroneous eating noises, that's my fault for bringing up the sausage sizzle to the comm box. So
they're too good to resist.
I know that. Exactly. Yeah, they've done a good job down there. Just spot on. And for some, no mustard, as requested.
Maybe we should. Maybe Black Roads.
Yeah, that's right. Onions on, very much on top. Yeah, they know what they're doing down there on the pit lane.
I mean, I think, in hindsight, looking back, it might be a little bit late for this now, but I think what happened with Sausage's race was they started with the onions on top, but then CP made a complaint about safety standards, and then the stewards had to come down to the Black Rose garage. They made them take the onions off the top, put them underneath, and that's where all their performance went in the car.
I don't know about you gents, but I am keen to get this underway.
I think that's an awesome idea, Carbon Boy. We don't want to fall too far behind schedule. 4 minutes at the moment. But, this is going to be a long half an hour.
Half an hour?
You mean 90 minutes?
That's true. I mean...
The sausages have gone to his head, folks.
It's been a long night already. Here we go. Just waiting for the light sequence to begin. It has begun. 5 lights. They are out and away we go, racing here at Spa-Francorchamps in Division 1, and the two who Respawn Esports cars get off to a terrible start, muffin around the outside of them all, And it looks like everybody has got through cleanly. Geesh on the outside of Muffin there and manages to hold on to it. But as it stands, GTR holds P1 through Eau Rouge and Radion for the first time. And it looks like everybody holds it true as they head down towards turn 5.
Yeah, all nice and clean further down the field as well. With Bobby in P8 with a hard charging Wacky right on his rear bumper into the braking zone.
As Captain Muffin, looked like there was a little bit of a move going on the Respawn Esports driver of Atom, but had to pull out at last minute. But we see Woody and Morgan going side by side. The two BRZ drivers battling it out, and the rain is coming down. They come through the corner with no name, down towards Puon. See a little bit of chopping and changing in the background as well. We see FAF has made up a couple of positions at the detriment of Hellraiser, who's dropped all the way down to P11. But GTR legged it already, 8 tenths.
Woody getting all sorts of sideways through Puon, nearly collecting the rear quarter of Morgan in the process, but thankfully just missing.
As these guys battling it out so soon in this race. It's a long one, 90 minutes to go. Be sensible, boys. There's just something so rhythmic about these Division 1 races.
A mechanical failure. Scar has unfortunately disconnected.
Oh dear. Something wrong with the Lightning Motorsports entry in tonight's race, unfortunately. But these guys continue on. Oh, Morgan Davey! That's a huge off! As he ends up in the weeds, comes back on track, and has to rejoin in 10th position. Oh dear, that's disaster for Morgan at the early stages of this race. He'll have to take P9.
Very sideways out of the bus stop, and that's going to let Woody through on the inside.
As Woody
the line in P1
takes P1 in this race, and Geesh is up to 3rd already. GTR runs wide. That might leave it open for Geesh to come through.
I don't think so. Geesh had a lot of wheel spin coming out of that first corner. Just could not get the power down at all.
As they come through Eau Rouge Radion for the second time this Enduro. Lots of, I saw somebody a little bit of chopping and changing. Adam picks up a penalty as he's under threat from the Golden Macca. Into the braking zone. Can he get it done? Holding it around the outside? Potentially no. The Muffin is through. Up into P4. And we see somebody in the background.
Woody's gone off. Woody has gone
dear.
off.
Oh no. That means GTR retakes the lead. Oh no! Geesh is going to go through into P1. Oh, GTR manages to hold on to it, but Muffin down the inside. What a move on Geesh. But Geesh looking for the switchback.
Very opportunistic there and saying, thank you very much, I'll have a P2 if you do not mind.
Absolutely. As it's all, these guys, the entire field is within about 5 seconds. As I say that, somebody's off. Who's that? Blind Man. Oh, he's just tagged off the rest of the pack. These guys are within 3 seconds. The entire pack. Oh my goodness. This is incredible racing. As Muffin, he's looking for the lead of the race. Tries the outside. GTR covers. As we see so much chopping and changing. Big slide from somebody. Is that young Wakey gone?
And Hellraiser has gone off.
No.
Oh dear. That's what trying to go 3 wide through that chicane after Puon will do for you. It's not going to end well at all.
Guys, remember, this is a 90-minute Enduro. It can't all happen on the second lap. But Muffin, he's pressuring for the lead of the race.
Adam has binned it.
Oh no! It's all kicking off here. Oh! That was almost a massive contact between Hellraiser and Atom. As they... Oh, Muffin's gone! Oh no! Oh, that's going to be tough to hold. Oh, huge contact with Geesh. Oh dear. This is massive. Now, Geesh goes around the outside. Huge contact with Morgan. But these guys continue on. Oh, dear. That was massive.
Oh my. There's chaos everywhere you look. There was FAF and Wacky and Ricky Bobby at the bus stop. There's Woody trying desperately around the outside at T1.
Into La Source, and Ricky Bobby got checked up, and FAF ran up the back of him, checking him up, pulling him to a virtually dead stop.
I thought Wacky and FAF were going to go side by side through Eau Rouge there in the wet. That's not brave, that's suicidal.
As it looks like FAF looking for a way around the two Supras in front of him of young Wakey and Ricky Bobby. These two going side by side. Oh, FAF down the inside of both of them. Ricky Bobby tried to hold it. The outside becomes the inside, and Ricky Bobby now under threat. FAF loses a position to Woody, but Woody's gone. He runs wide. He loses a position again to FAF. Oh my goodness. There's
a bit of
6
light
cars.
splashing going on there. Woody's not happy about that one, I don't think.
Oh my goodness, it's only on lap 3 and these guys, oh my goodness, how? What is this racing? Oh, there's a little bit of a wiggle from the Bacchus Brewery driver. But how has GTR still got the lead of this race?
All this battling in the mid-pack is just letting those top 3 get more. They're out to a half-second break over 3rd and 4th and 5th as Wacky and Morgan are going side by side. Oh, that's oh, geez, that makes me nervous.
As we're gonna jump to a next level racing action replay, as I think this is where Muffin went off the track and made contact with Geesh, took out the 50 braking board. Oh dear, this is all kicking off and these guys are still going at it. Geesh going for a move around the outside of Blanchimont. Can't quite get it done. But GTR runs a little bit wide. That compromises his line coming into the bus stop. Can Muffin try something? There's Morgan. Oh no, that's Hellraiser down the inside of everybody in the background. 3 wide into the bus stop. That means that, they're 2 wide through the second half. And now Hellraiser has nowhere to go. Geesh has gone into the lead of the race. Oh my goodness, we don't know where to look. Into La Source for the 4th time now. So much drama everywhere, up and down the grid, so early on in this race.
Just tuning in from the pit lane here. I've had a few teams just talk to me briefly. They're a bit worried about the weather, so the chaos that's due for the last couple of laps. I've seen some worried engineers down here. The amount of rain on track did seem to be increasing, so it might be a little bit due to that, but yeah, crikey, this is intense.
Speaking of, let's have a look at the forecast for this race as it stands. So we're 25 minutes in. Wait, no, that's not right. We're only 8 minutes in. I think the timer is incorrect, so that'll get fixed up immediately. Sorry about that, guys.
The sausage sizzle, mate.
Okay. Yeah, it's the sausage sizzle. Okay, so we are 10 minutes in, so that means we're moving into this second...
not to be pedantic, 9 minutes.
Sorry. So we're moving into this second window. It's going to be this light rain for about the next 10 minutes before it starts to turn into more heavy rain where it'll ramp up and up and up. Oh, as Muffin runs wide. Oh, barely holds onto it.
Not had a good braking zone there.
Woody goes through.
Might just concede the position of Woody on this one.
But right about that half an hour left, there should be torrential rain coming, which that's going to be massive for this race. Will it be enough for the full wet tyres? We'll have to see who takes that risk when we get there. But no dry running expected.
Morgan makes his way past FAF, who was serving his half-second penalty. This is going to leave a big opening for Ricky Bobby to have a look under brakes at the bus stop.
As they come to the bus stop, single file for the most part. Don't see any moves taking place. FAF looking for a way past Morgan. A little bit of contact there, but no consequences as a result of it. But the top 11 are all sitting within... Well, everyone is sitting within 10 seconds of the lead. This is very, very tight stuff.
Closest F1 race I've ever seen. I think that's also the first time I've seen them go single file through the bus stop in this race. Every other lap, there's always been a 2x2.
Exactly. As Wakey runs wide, that could come with an invoice from the stewards. On the exit of Radion.
The gap between GDR has just kicked down to about the 1.5 second mark. It's been holding there for about half a lap. Keep an eye on that. See if there's any response, because if there's a driver that you don't want to let just nick off into the distance, it's Gish.
As the rain has stopped here, which could be massive for these guys' races. It means that the faster guys are going to get more of an advantage. They're slowly going to edge their gaps out, which we're seeing at the front with GTR, Jish, and Woody sort of hanging on off the back of that pack. But as it stands, the entire field is back up in contention. Atom, he was how far down after the first lap? He's back in this. He's fighting with Blind Man for P9, only 9 seconds off the lead. This isn't done yet. Don't write anybody off.
And FAF is going to be serving a half-second penalty on this lap, which will let Ricky Bobby and possibly Blind Man past him here on the straight. Although Ricky Bobby hasn't had the greatest exit out of that corner, so
he should get the
Blind
move
Man
done.
gives him a little bit of a hurry up, please.
Are they going to go too wide through Blanchemont? Oh my goodness, they were close to it. But I don't think so. I think the straight line speed of the Supra may be a little bit too much, but what am I to say, because he chucks it through anyway. But late braking from Ricky Bobby to hold the position from Blind Man. As somebody pulls into the pits, that's Adam. Adam's taking the early risk. This is exactly what we saw at the Nürburgring, but last time that didn't work out for him, so he's going to have to be very, very careful on the pit exit.
Yeah,
First,
I've
take
just
the
here on the
gamble.
pit lane. I've seen his car come into the pits now. He's running down towards his pit lane. It looks like they are out there ready with a pair of slick tyres. From what I can tell, trying to run down there to get an idea. But at this stage, he's in the pits. He's going to get a little bit of fuel on board, it looks like, as well. It's an interesting one. Hopefully he can make it happen.
Thanks for that update, CGK. How much is he putting in, though? 85, 90, he's filling it to the brim.
He is brimming the tank, and he's on a fresh set of softs. There you go.
Is that the right call? Knowing that there's torrential rain coming.
Speaking of which, should we get into an APR fuel and tyre update?
I think that is an awesome idea, Carbon Boy.
Rightio, so up in P1 at the moment, with that gap that's come down to just over a second, is Gish running the intermediates. His front tyres are looking quite healthy with about 5 to 10% wear. The rears are having a bit of a hard time at life with about 25% wear, and he's down to about a third of a tank of fuel. GDR in the GDR is exactly identical for fuel, as Gish has had a moment in the chicane. And
Oh, it's closed up. 4/10 the gap now.
you guys could just like drive for a little bit and let me do my fuel and tyre update. That would be fantastic. Okay, where was I? Well, Gish and GDR are fairly identical for fuel and tyres, with GDR having slightly less wear on the rears. Woody in P3 is a little bit better off for fuel, but his tyres on the BRZ are having a hard time with about 20% wear on the fronts and the same again on the rears. Captain Muffin in McLaren is again identical, probably about 40% fuel in the tank. He's got maybe 5% wear on those front tyres and about 30% on the rears. Wacky in the Supra is just above a
Woody's
quarter
in.
of a tank. Woody's into the pits. And where was I? Wakey's got about 15% wear on those front tyres, and he's down to 50% wear on the rears, so he is really making them work. Morgan Davies in the other BRZ is about 30% fuel, with about 5% wear on the fronts, about 15 to 20% on the rears. Ricky Bobby is doing very well on the fuel. He's just under half a tank, and about 10% wear on the fronts, and about 40 to 50% wear on the rears. Hellraiser is on about 40% fuel. He's got about 10% wear on those front tyres, maybe 25% on the rears. Blind Man is about 35% fuel in the tank, about 25% wear on the front tyres, down to 50% on the rears, so that Mercedes is really hammering those rear tyres. Woody has just come out of the pits with a full tank of fuel and a brand new set of racing soft tyres. Adam, as we noted earlier, has brand new racing softs and just under a full tank of fuel. And FAF has discovered the hard way that the pit exit is still very, very wet and has unfortunately looped it coming out of there with a full tank and some fresh softs.
Oh
He has
no.
thankfully gotten away with no damage, so yes, just be very mindful that while there's a dry line on the track, the pit lane exit is still very wet, and if you get on the throttle too early, you'll end up facing the wrong way very, very quickly.
Absolutely. As things have started to spread out a little bit now, we have Geesh and GTR with about a 1 second gap between them. Geesh is purple, so is GTR. And Young Wakey following up in P3, although there's a couple of drivers who were between him and the front runners in between who have taken a pit stop. Captain Muffin and Morgan Davey just behind them. Ricky Bobby running very, very wide.
He had a bit of a tank slapper moment there, and my heart was in my mouth as his teammate, but he's done very well to keep that pointed in the right direction.
As
That
they
could
come
have
through
ended up a lot
Blanchard.
worse.
Hellraiser takes that position from Ricky Bobby as they head down towards the bus stop chicane.
And the top three are... Sorry, you go, CGK.
No, well, it's exactly the same update. I just saw 3 cars pop into the pits, and I see them coming down. It's Geesh, GTR, and Wakey all coming in. Ricky Bobby, I think, is just coming in as well. Hellraiser as well, they're all pitting. And the reason is, I was quickly talking to the guys at Respawn Esports and asking them why they went into the pit so early. They said the dry line has evolved so rapidly. On the dry line right now, there is no moisture at all. It's time for softs, everyone.
Well, someone who disagrees with that is Mr. Diswood, who's going... Well, he's already on the racing soft, so don't mind me.
How much of an advantage does he have with the undercut now? Oh, is he going to get him? He is! He's going to go out in front of the 2 leaders because they're stuck in the pit lane. They can't put the power down. Woody has a 3-second undercut. 4 second.
GDR has looped it.
Oh dear, that's massive. Oh, these guys are so... He's looped it again. He can't get going. A disaster. Woody's gone. Oh no. It's all kicking off now. Huge. As Atom flies by the Brocky 05 sim racing driver.
What happened there, CGK? Did you catch a glimpse of what happened?
I did indeed. I was just looking at their monitors as that happened, and Diswood just caught the edge of the exit of Eau Rouge and Radion and just disappeared into a spin.
That's disaster for Woody, who would have been in provisional lead of the race. Wait, has Blind Man pit?
Negative. He has not pit.
Okay, so he's... Because he's only sitting 18 seconds above Geesh, which that's not a lot. That's half a pit stop, maybe a third of a pit stop, so...
He was back in P9, P10, I do believe. So he was a fair bit behind the leaders, who've obviously pitted. And I'm just keeping an eye on him. I'm curious to see whether he's going to try and extend the stint on the inferior tyres and try to stick to his game plan, or whether he's going to come in this lap.
Because the rain is supposed to resume shortly.
As someone who tried the alternative strat, I hope it works for him better than it worked for me as he goes around again.
Because we are moving into that third bracket where heavier rain is supposed to be on the horizon. Ramping up and moving in towards that torrential rain that's predicted for about that 1 hour mark. As Atom, he was spun around on lap 1, or lap 2, but he now currently sits on the podium with Woody in P4, with Young Wakey P5, so things have really spread out here. So expect them to close back up before the when the rain comes back in.
Oh, Woody, oh! I was just riding on board with Woody through Eau Rouge and Raidillon, and there was a lot of sideways movement. Thankfully, he's managed to keep it going. Lost a few tenths as he's just miscalculated the braking point. Taken a bit of a shortcut at the chicane, and he's picked up a 1.5 second penalty for his troubles.
That is a massive penalty.
Not only that, he did lose about 1.3 seconds to Atom in the process, and then the game has decided to rub some salt and vinegar into the wound and slap him with a 1.5 second penalty.
Okay, from the pit lane, chaps, if you don't mind. I've just seen these looking a little bit dejected. Atom has picked up, looks like a 0.5 second penalty in his charge towards Jeet. But I was talking to them a little bit more, and they said that the fact that the dry line was evolving early on, they said, look, even though we know we're going to get rain coming in really, really soon afterwards, we thought it was worth the faster lap times, even if it's for 10, 15 minutes. And as far as I can tell right now, Adam has just been going purple every lap since he's come out and warmed up those soft tyres.
Just an update on track, Woody has nipped in at Kuon.
That was a massive crash. As we'll have a look on the Next Level Racing action replay, just what happened to Woody. As he came through Puon, got that curb, and he's not getting it stopped beyond that point, and he just aquaplaned into the wall. Huge impact.
Oh,
and
Ricky
now,
Bobby's gone. He's looped it. Oh no.
Can't even see the car on the camera, unfortunately. There he is.
Oh no.
As things have really spread out here, because GTR, half-second penalty and 26 seconds behind Ricky Bobby, but that'll come down to about 10 once he hits the timing point where Ricky Bobby looped it. And there it goes, down to still saying 19 seconds.
I can also inform you guys in the pit lane, we do have a Mercedes in here of Blind Man GT. He has just come into the pits.
It does look like that the pit crew are just... Oh no, fuel's going in. There we go. He's underway. What has he got? Is he going to find out the hard way what the pit up main exit side? No, he's come out again.
Yeah, I think he's on the intermediate tyres.
He is indeed. I really wish I could see the weather here at the moment.
All I can tell you from the pit lane is it's currently not raining in the pit lane.
I think these guys will have their radars up and looking for that rain, that forecasted torrential rain. So we're just riding on board with Morgan Davey at the moment, sitting in P5.
Just an update, the top 6 drivers are all running on the racing soft, with Blind Man running on a fresh set of intermediates. Ricky Bobby, who's just on his rear bumper, is Running a curious tyre choice in the racing mediums. GDR's on the softs, FAF is also on the softs, as is Hellraiser back in P11 with a nasty half-second penalty.
Blind Man comes out just ahead of Ricky Bobby as well.
Really curious about the medium tyre choice. I do believe I saw Black Project in the Division 3 race running that tyre. He was in the Ferrari, so it might have been just for a bit of extended tyre life, as I'm not sure how hard the Ferrari is on its tyres or not.
Yeah, we did see another in the previous division running racing medium, and it didn't seem to be working particularly well, I would say. I'd also say that Atom somehow has slipped back quite a lot. He's had a couple of really bad laps.
That he has. His last lap then was a 2:33.9, and the one before it was a 2:29.2. That would be less than ideal for him, I do believe. As the fastest lap of the race at the moment is Gish with a 2:20.1. But I do expect if the dry conditions continue, that will be coming down quite a lot.
As Gish currently has a 15-second gap to the cars behind.
If Adam's not careful here, he's got a rapidly charging Morgan Baby and Niswood just 1 second behind him. So he's going to have to watch himself, or he's going to have to battle for his life with some hard charging BRZs, which not only are a pretty good car in the wet, they're driven by two drivers who are fairly fond of low grip conditions themselves. As Woody just sends it down the inside at Puon, and he's going to have a red hot crack at Adam here too. Holds his line.
He's going to try on the outside. No, Adam holds the position, but he's under threat from Morgan now. Is Morgan able to get the move done? No, so this battle pack commences. But as we have a look up the front to Gish, we have a statistic popping up on screen now that if Gish wins tonight, he will equal the record for most wins in a single Sector 1 season, which currently stands at 6. And he'll be equaling that tonight if he takes away tonight's race, which it's looking likely. 15-second gap. See if he can do that. He will equal the record set by Brocky. It's a joint held record, I should say, in Distinct Andrew last season, Brocky in Season 2, and Young Wakey in Season 6, Division 2 last season. So he'll become a part of that very exclusive club. And also, you need to remember that...
This battle right now, I hope you're on it for 4th, 5th and 6th with Adam, Woody and Morgan. It is an absolute cracker.
As they head through Radion and down towards the heavy braking zone.
I somehow sense that Atom might be in fuel-saving mode.
Oh, as he runs wide!
Was there a tap? Was there some contact there?
Potentially, Woody was lifting off a bit, so I think there may have been. Let's catch that on the Next Level Racing action replay. We'll slow it down. Oh, I think there was a little bit of contact, unfortunately.
Wasn't able to tell from my perspective. No. But now Adam has the other BRZ in Morgan Davies right on the rear bumper. And despite his earlier off at Puon, Woody is not shy at all and absolutely slinging it into that corner. I don't know about the rest of you guys, but if I have it off at a corner, I have PTSD style symptoms for the rest of the race. I'm always nervous, but none of that here for Woody. Just picks himself up, keeps on going.
Absolutely. As these guys head down towards the run to Blanchemont. And Woody's pressuring Morgan Davey now as there's a little bit of a gap opening up to Atom. Down towards the braking zone now. Woody pulls out, shows the nose, but doesn't eventually go for it.
I think another little battle that might just be brewing for the later stages of the race is P2 in Wacky and P3 with Captain Muffin. Now there's 2.7 seconds in it at the moment, but I think both of those two drivers might just might just find themselves right on top of each other after their next pit stop.
So I want to jump in quickly. I've just been leaning over the shoulders of the Respawn Esports guys, and again on their monitor I just saw Atom commit the wall at the source, and I think he's compromised.
Oh, rain!
And yes, there does seem to be rain.
And also,
as
Ricky Bobby's in the pits, and the rain's just come out. Has he perfectly timed this?
If he throws on the inters, he could be in the box seat to really make up some spots if that rain keeps coming down.
Oh, that's getting heavy. What's he put on?
Can confirm from the pit lane. I'm having a duck under cover again. The rain is coming down thick and fast down here. All the chaps here are looking a bit worried.
What's he put on?
Bobby.
He's put on the inters. That's a massive call.
Tank of fuel.
That is a perfectly timed pit stop from the Obsession Motorsports driver. And Hellraiser, you would imagine he would put on the wet tyres as well, as it's about to get wet. But funny enough, down near Blanchemont and Stavelot, geesh, it's not raining, it's bone dry. There's a little bit of spitting, but...
Just quietly, while we've been paying attention,
Oh,
Woody's
gone!
Adam,
And now he's in the dirt!
There's the commentator's curse right there.
As
As I started riding on board, he's gone off.
Slides back onto the track, and it's completely dry on this west side of the circuit.
Morgan down the inside and takes P4 off Atom, if you don't mind, son.
As the rain starting to pick up here on this part of the circuit as well. Oh wow, that's heavy. It's coming down hard. Listen to it. Very patchy weather tonight.
Like I say, I'm seeing a lot of action down here, folks. I think
Oh, yellow flags!
in the pits.
Captain Muffin, he's into the pits. Jeesh has gone around again. So's young Wakey. That might be a mistake. Maybe they see something on the radar we don't see.
Atom and Woody have gone around again. Captain Muffin, I think, was the cause of that yellow flag as he's come into the pits sporting some damage to that front spoiler and the front right wheel, so might have had a bit of an altercation with the pit lane wall.
Jeesh has gone wide.
Oh no.
Yeah, he went right off, just slid off the track at the Coombe. I was just watching on the monitors, and he's managed to rejoin, but lost a little bit of time there.
Oh, Atom and Woody are at it again through...
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
As the rain seems to have gone away.
If he doesn't get a penalty, that is a miracle. How he has not copped the penalty there, I do not know.
Oh, as Hellraiser runs wide there in second sector. As Morgan Davey, is he putting on the inters? Yes, he is.
Yeah, smart call, I think.
As Muffin gets a 3-second penalty for crossing pit lines. Oh dear.
Also, just a note from the pit lane, I saw them put on a slick pair of tyres on a couple of Muffin's McLaren.
Can confirm he is on a brand new set of the racing softs, which, yeah, look, that's a brave strategy call.
55 minutes remaining, which puts us in that fourth icon in the fourth slot in the weather report. We're right in the middle of what should be some pretty decent rain. So torrential rain coming up expected.
Yeah, I'll just say from pit lane, it was a brief, very intense shower. It's gone away. The pit lane is quiet again. essentially.
Atom's gone and had himself a little moment at the chicane after Puon, which I can never remember the name of. He's just locked up the wheels under the brakes, started sliding wide, and had to slow down quite a lot to keep it on the track, letting a few seconds go to Woody there. He's also on the fuel line, so I'm intrigued to see whether he comes into the pits or whether he just tries to extend it one more lap, because he's certainly got the tyres to do it. Nope, he comes into the pits. I'll go with turn 13, 14, because I can pronounce that a whole lot better.
Good call. Yeah, good call. I have trouble with that corner as well. In fact, a lot of them here, to be fair.
Yeah, a lot of these French names I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce. Such as...
Meanwhile, Ghost is turning in his proverbial grave at us doing this, but... You know, we're not all masters of all the circuits and know all the names.
Corner that FAF is coming through now is apparently known as Corbe Paul Frere.
Yeah, wow.
9 out of 10 for effort.
5 out of 10 for effort. Lovely. So,
Yeah, I mean,
as...
fair to say you massacred that a lot less than I would, so...
As it stands, and we have written this off a decent amount, Geesh is P1, Young Wakey in P2, in no man's land with 16 seconds either side. So are we witnessing Wakeygate come into effect?
I have been keeping a quiet eye on young Wakey. He's just been chugging along, doing his own thing. There's also a good battle in 4th and 5th with GDR and Muffin. It's worth keeping an eye on, but I don't think that's going to last too long, as GDR's fuel situation is not exactly plentiful. Oh, Wesy has a big moment. I think
Also,
Muffin's giving him a flash of the headlights saying, "Excuse me, sir, I would like to go on past."
Just quickly butt in again, a 3-second penalty for Atom.
Oh dear, that's massive at this point of the race.
I watched his pit lane entry and to be honest, I did not see a single problem with it, but obviously the game thinks different. Wow.
Is it possible you got that on exit then? Not sure.
I've had some fairly horrible pit lane exits and I've never managed to pick one up on the exit.
I see a couple of cars coming into the pit lane right now.
Yep, that's Young Wakey and Woody as well. There's GDRs coming towards the final chicane. Will he pit this lap? I reckon Captain Muffin is probably hoping that he will, because that'll give him a clear bit of track. And yes, he does. Or just touches that inside line.
As far as I can tell from the pit lane down here, it's all slicks from the teams being wheeled out to the cars.
But once again, there's supposed to be more rain on its way, so a bunch of these guys chucked on intermediate tires when we had that patchy rain hit the track, and it made things a little bit slippery, but the ones who persevered and pushed through it, seems like they're the ones reaping the rewards at the moment, and continuing on.
Currently, Morgan Davey is the highest placed intermediate tyre runner.
As G, she's overlapping Hellraiser, but also he's got a minute back to Young Wakey, and I would imagine he'd be looking at a pit stop rather shortly. Am I correct in that assumption?
Sorry, Young Wakey, did you say? Or
Geesh, sorry. Got a bit
Geesh.
jumbled up.
We'll be looking at the pits about now because there is not a lot of fuel left in. There we go.
He'll be looking at the pits about now as he peels into the pits.
Well, he was coming through the bus stop as I jumped to him, and
he looked at the pit lane and goes, yeah.
As young Wakey, he's in for a really strong finish here. I don't want to jinx him, but if he keeps it on the track and keeps running as well as he has been, he's definitely on the podium tonight. As I can hear Mr. Bumcrack, the Kraken Esports team owner in the pit lane, screaming curses at me, saying, "Don't give me the commentator's curse, thank you very much."
Line them up for the next couple of weeks. I've just seen a few acts at the pit lane, everyone jumping onto the soft tyres. I think there were a pair of intermediates that were taken off of Hellraiser. I don't know if you guys can confirm that, but it didn't look like they had to put a lot of fuel in at all. They just chucked on a pair of tyres, put a proper fuel in, and set them going. So I don't know if you guys can confirm that for me.
You are 100% correct in that statement there. He's on a fresh set of racing softs, and they have just brimmed the tank with fuel in the BRZ.
So just riding on board with GTR at the moment, and he's just made his pit stop, and we have a S1 statistics telling us on screen that GTR's podium career total count in Sector 1 is 30. So if he gets another podium today, we'll increase that total to 31.
Could you just say that word for me one more time, Lenocis?
Which word?
Statistic.
Statistics. What? Statistics. Statistic.
There we go.
What? How did I? What? Statistic. What? How? What?
Let's
What's
say
wrong?
it didn't go well for you the first time around.
What did I say?
I'm not sure, but I don't think it's a word in the English language.
Statistic. Statistic. What? What did I say?
Anyway, back to the race. Mr. Blindman has been a bit naughty, and well, I don't know if he's been naughty or whether he's just got a very loose car, as those intermediates his Mercedes is running are absolutely toast. There is nothing left on them. He's picked up a 1 second penalty as he's chucked on the indicator to let GDR on through, which is a very sporting decision because, well, he knows that he's got almost nothing left on that front left, next to nothing on the front right, and those rears are on the canvas. So very sporting of him there to not interfere with another driver's race. Oh, GDR's gone off a
Oh, no!
GDR has gone! I was just about to say, Blindman has decided it's now an initial drift competition at Pouon and just held a slide beautifully the whole way. And I see GTR just have an absolute take slapper.
This race has gone from bad to worse for GTR, unfortunately, but I might still be able to salvage a result.
I was just looking on the monitors once again, chaps, and I did, just as you were talking about Blindman letting GDR through nicely, I also saw Morgan Davey put on the indicators and do the same for Atom, who's now in the 5th position.
Very kind of him. That would be, I'd say, due to Morgan being on some semi-worn intermediate tyres and Atom being on a brand spanking set of soft tyres.
That would make a bit more sense, yes.
But at the same time, that's showing great situational awareness from these drivers to just see a driver that's making up a lot of time and deciding, yeah, I'm not going to be able to hold this, and just sidestep. And in a race this long where there's so many varying strategies, sometimes you've just got to swallow your pride and let someone else through, because in 90 minutes you don't know what's going to happen.
Also, we've got the forecast back up on screen. We're approaching the halfway mark of the race, which means that rain, it should be inbound. Torrential stuff. Lots of rain should be coming.
Blind man, this is a pivotal pit stop for you, mate. You He's putting fuel in the tank. I'm keen to see what tyres he's decided to go with because this could be make or break for him.
He's gone inters again. And it's
Yeah,
looking
has
very
he?
dark. I think the rain is minutes away from coming down. And as his wipers turn on,
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but it's from pit lane. I can tell you right now, there is spits in the air. Everyone's looking a little bit worried again. And I was having a quick look at one of the weather radars. The rain is definitely approaching. We don't know how hard it's going to be. I think that might have been a very good call for Blind Man there.
Yep, the wipers are on. This could be worrying signs for anyone who's out on soft tyres, as there's quite a few of them at this stage. However, there's still a really dry line on the track, so there's no readings on the moisture meter as of yet.
Yeah, just little spits of rain at the moment. That's all I'm getting down here in the pit lane. It's not significant at all. We'll see how that evolves.
because for Blind Man, he comes in at an awkward point because he knows that there's going to be torrential rain coming. So, if he takes a pit stop for softs, that means that he's then going to have to make another stop for inters by the time the rain comes around. So he's just going to have to stick it out on the inconvenient compound at this stage, hoping that it'll eventually come back and help him. But the wipers are on, it's dark.
Yeah, it's looking ominous, and I'm just seeing a little bit of moisture showing up on the track at the end of Kendall Straight. Woody takes a lot of that curb, pops the car off the ground, but keeps it going.
Can see some rain now. Falling, it is here. But how long will it stick around for?
It is coming. It's starting to register on the moisture meter.
I do hear a car coming into the pits. I don't know who it is just yet, but someone is in the pits.
That is
Woody.
FAF.
Woody just had a massive moment and almost died on the through no corner. Through P1 now for Woody.
One thing I have noticed, which is a big surprise to me given the caliber of drivers, is it's possible it's a strategic move that I'm completely unaware of, which, let's be honest, is not surprising. There are a couple of drivers running traction control here tonight.
Ooh, that is very interesting information. In one of the most recent updates where they changed the physics, they added a different state. Oh, as Jishin, Wakey, you're in. But they've added a new kind of traction control which reduces the overall effect, meaning that... as everybody's in now. It means that traction control 1 doesn't give as much of a assistance as... Well, it's not really an assistance. It doesn't stop the locking as much as it used to.
To quote a McCain frozen vegetables from a time when you were probably not born. This is Marge, the rains are here.
I remember that.
Showing our age here, I think. But Jish has decided I'm going to throw on the inters. He's going to weather the storm with the safer compound, I would say. Young Wakey has also thrown on the inters and completely brimmed the tank.
So far, all I see down here are intermediate tyres being put on the cars. I don't see anyone with a slick tyre out on the pit lane at all. And yeah, the umbrellas are out down here on the pit lane. The rain seems to be increasing at a steady rate at the moment. No indication as to how long it's going to last, though. Cars everywhere on the pit lane right now.
Just riding on board Ricky Bobby down in P8 at the moment, who's interestingly going with the medium compound tyre again. I'm not entirely sure on the strategy behind that. Usually out of the obsession camp, it's me who is more comfortable on the medium tyre than the racing soft. But again, I'm not going to tell a Div 1 driver that he's doing something wrong because, well, they're quicker than me.
As he peels into the pits.
Yeah, he's decided enough's enough. I need some grip out there in these wet conditions.
as things are slippering. What's the word? It looks
Getting
snow.
Slipperier.
The raindrops look like snow. Is it just I don't know. I don't think snow is in Gran Turismo, is it?
I sincerely hope not.
Did all the drivers and teams pack their snow tires for tonight's race?
Oh dear.
This rain, chaps, just giving Catherine area just a bit late.
Just watching on board Hellraiser, who's currently being shown the blue flag. Geesh is coming up on him at a rapid rate of knots.
Just another report from the pit lane. Sorry to keep interrupting, chaps. In Ricky Bobby's cam, I did see the blue line on the tyres they put on. I think he might be on wets.
Your observations, as always, 100% correct. He is on the full wet tyres.
As we have another S1 statistic coming up for you. As Geesh, points total in this position. So he'll get 60 points plus 1 point for the fastest lap, added to his current points total of 217 points, bringing his overall total to 268 points.
As Hellraiser does a very kind thing and sidesteps out of the way before the braking zone and we kept it straight to let Geesh on through. I was chatting with young Hellraiser, aka Turtle, a bit earlier tonight, and it was a bit light on the practice side of things, so I don't think he had too many hopes for a result this evening, but it's good to see him soldiering on nonetheless.
As the rain is really picking up now, things are starting to get slippery. So, CGK, who have you seen in the pit lane come in for the wet tyres as opposed to the intermediates? Was it just Ricky Bobby or any other teams sort of thinking along the same route?
It's difficult from where I'm positioned on the pit lane at the moment to see. It was reasonably dark. The only reason I got a catch of Ricky Bobby's tyres is they're in a particularly light part of the track. As far as I'm aware, he might have been the only one.
Okay, which at this point, the rain's picking up. It's gonna be tough to call. How long will this stick around? The forecast says another 20 minutes. Oh, young Wakey! That was a huge slide, but manages to catch it. As we'll catch that one on the next On Racing Action replay.
Do I spoil the surprise, or do I leave our viewers in suspense for a little bit as to who's on what tyres?
Oh, I think firstly, I think it's good to do a fuel and tyre update. I can only catch glimpses here from the pit lane. It's dark and rainy at the moment, and I'm hiding underneath one of the pit boxes.
I think tyre and fuel update is long needed, as we're approaching the 2/3 mark.
Rightio there. In current P1 is Geesh on the intermediate tyres. They're no wear at all. Being wet and intermediates, they're not going to wear very much at all. In fact, you're going to be hard pressed to get any temperature into them. He's currently sitting on 3/4 of a tank of fuel. P2 at just over 3/4 of a tank of fuel, and also on the intermediates is young Wacky. P3 also on the intermediates and just over 3/4 of a tank of fuel is Captain Muffin. P4, same situation, intermediates and just over 3/4 of a tank. P5 is Atom at about 80%
Oh,
fuel.
he's having a massive moment here. Oh dear.
A massive tank slapper. Also on the intermediate tyres, Morgan Davies, similar situation, about 80% fuel, intermediates. GTR having a massive tank slapper also, 80% fuel, intermediate tyres. Blind Man, just under 3/4 of a tank, and he's got a little bit of wear on those intermediates as he did put them on while the track was still a little bit dry. But that might have worked out well for him because they won't be wearing a whole lot more from this point. FAF, bang on 3/4 of a tank, having a tank slapper as well. You'll Also on the intermediate tyres, Ricky Bobby has 85% fuel in the tank and won't be having the traction issues that some of the other drivers are having, as he is on the full wet tyres. And last but not least is young Turtle. 3/4 of a tank of fuel and a fresh intermediates. Having a fair old time.
Thank you very much, Carbon Boy, for the APR Tyre and Fuel update.
I will say, chaps, someone who isn't having a particularly good time is me down on the pit lane. Sadly, the rain is just absolutely hammering us. But I've also just been asked by the Black Rose Racing chaps to help out with the Barbie this time round. So I'll be getting down onto the part of the pit lane that has the sausage sizzle. You're all welcome to join me after that, but I'm going to have to make a bit of a dash for the exit vote. So it's been a pleasure reporting to you from the pit lane. Cheers, chaps.
Thank you for joining us tonight,
Have a
CGK.
sausage for me.
I will have some ready for you guys. Don't worry, onions on top. I've already made that absolutely clear. Hopefully I can make sure these sausages and soup are cooked. So see you there after the race.
See you, CGK. As we're just riding on board with Atom at the moment, he's sitting in a really odd position at this stage of the race. He's in P5, which on paper sounds fine, but he's also 40 seconds off P4 and a minute 22 off the leader. That's a big ouch. Looking down to Morgan Davey as well, who's got a bit of a gap back to GTR there, and quite a lot of time to catch up to Atom as well. So we ride on board with Ricky Bobby, who, despite picking the correct tyres at this stage of the race, he's still 20 minutes behind and a lap down. Looking around, we still see young Wakey and Captain Muffin. They're holding their podium places as we're approaching the final third of the race.
I sense there might just be something brewing here with Woody and Muffin. That gap has steadily come down. Now Woody's within 2 seconds of him.
Probably the closest battle on track, to be honest.
I think you're right there. I'm scrolling through and I'm watching GDR struggling to get any power down on the main straight there. Lost about a second to Morgan Davies coming out of the bus stop and just plough understeers into turn 1. But I think these guys are finding out what it's like driving on intermediates in very, very wet conditions where that moisture meter is in the top third. Blind man's having a bit of a hard time through the bus stop as well. Probably fair to say there's a lot of drivers out there not having the most enjoyable time tonight, but unfortunately, when weather is a factor in the races, this is what can be served up.
After the chaotic first 5 laps that we had, this race has definitely settled down and spread out along. Considering that in the first few laps we had the entire field over the space of a second, and now it's sort of settled down and everybody's made their mistakes or done their strategies, and now everyone's separated out over the track.
I just sense that all of the mistakes to be made in this race, I'd say there's probably still a few more to come as we have just over 30 minutes of racing to go.
Just riding on board with Blind Man. Just showing how hard that rain is hitting on the front window. Oh, as he picks up a penalty as well. Look at how light and careful he has to be on the accelerator through this second sector on the track now. So so light footed. Also, I'd like to thank Mr. Dadson for correcting me because I apparently cannot do quick math. The Geesh points total would be 278 instead of 268. Sorry, my bad. As not only is the rain pouring down, but it's getting quite dark as these Division 1 guys, they start their race in the afternoon, so sun will be setting and we'll see, not night racing, but dusk racing for sure. Lovely flames coming out of that BRZ from Woody. As the gap between Young Wakey and Captain Muffin down to just 5 seconds now. And the rain is at its peak. It's hammering down.
Oh boy, hold on to your hats, gents, because it's not going to get any drier anytime soon. And being on the intermediates, you've got to stay on the driest part of that track, or you are driving on ice, basically. But it seems like Captain Muffin in that McLaren is having a much better time of it than Young Wakey in the Super, as he's taken 1.2 seconds off in his second
wow. So, Carbon Boy, would you be able to have a look and ride on board with any of the drivers and see if they've got their radars up to tell us what category of rain we are seeing on the track right now?
I wish I could, but nobody has their radar up. I'm seeing a whole bunch of track maps, some few situations, but that's it. No weather radar, unfortunately.
Oh, as Wakey's gone off! And that means that this battle for the second is down to 2 seconds! Oh, that's huge!
Young Wakey has had a huge shocker as laps. Woody's had a bit of a mare as well. He's dropped.
Oh!
4.6
Muffin's
behind
gone!
Muffin.
Oh dear! Muffin ran wide into Lenocis, and that means that gap opens back up to about over a second.
It is coming down though steadily again. I don't think Young Wakey is a fan of these conditions. And I can say that coming over the top of Radial or Muffin very sideways. That's actually a perfect example of what the Supra will do over the top of that hill in the wet. Even in fifth gear, low revs, it just likes to get absolutely sideways. As I found out the hard way on lap 2 of qualifying. That gap is coming right down now. It's less than a second. So it's gone from being the Woody Muffin show to the Muffin Wacky show.
Yeah.
CP Motorsports driver in amongst the thick of it. That rain is coming down even heavier now.
Absolutely. Whoop. As it eased off immediately after we say that.
Oh, here we go. Oh, Wakey. That rear end squirming all over the place.
Captain Muffin trying to find a way past the young driver. This is going to become the thickest Supra you have seen all night. As Captain Muffin's got the run on him, shows the nose, can't quite get it down the inside without up-braking himself. Young Wakey holds the position for now, on the run towards Blanchemont. As they come through the corner that I cannot pronounce.
I don't think there's many people who can pronounce it.
I'm just going to call that corner Paul.
Paul? Alright, all good for Paul.
because that's the middle word of the two French words
Muffin.
that I cannot.
Oh, that was a heart-to-mouth moment there.
Into
Rear
the
end
bus
of
stop.
McLaren just stepping in.
Wakey rear wide once again. That means Muffin right up underneath the rear wing.
He has gone very deep there. But the McLaren just can't quite put the power down to get the run on him into the straight. Oh, he really wants the inside. Oh, gentlemen.
Strong defense from the young Kraken Esports driver as young Wakey checks up Muffin through the source.
Just quietly lurking. Woody, who's back to 2 seconds behind Muffin, being stuck behind Wakey is not doing him any favours.
Too wide through a rouge. No, Muffin has to back out of it. But now he's got the slipstream all the way down towards Lecombe. Oh,
Wakey
Woody sideways.
Wacky got a bit sideways, and that just checked up Muffin a little bit.
There's the one move from young Wakey. Muffin has to go around the outside, but he cannot pull enough. He can't brake so late. Can he hold it? Yes, he can. That's the move of the season. Oh my goodness, what a move from Captain Muffin to put himself into the second spot on the podium. Let's have a look on the Next Level Racing Action replay as Woody's doing a drift demonstration. Down the Camel Straight, gets young Wakey, shows him the outside. Muffin says, thank you very much, I will take the outside, uses all the tarmac he needs, and sweeps around the outside, making that move absolutely effortless. In these conditions, that was...
Very strong overtaking move.
Especially in these conditions, though, that move was anything but effortless.
And we see Woody make his way up onto the podium after having a bit of a rough couple of first laps. Didn't go the best for him, but he's persevered and clawed his way back through the field, currently sitting in P4. He's got nearly a minute back to Atom in P5. Who's not had the greatest outing this week. And further 8 seconds afield of him is someone else who hasn't had the greatest of rounds, GTR.
Morgan Davey was up there at the start. Oh, as we're getting another massive hit of torrential rain. Adding even more moisture on top of this already soaked Belgian track.
As Wacky goes deep in the bus stop again, and that lets him get right onto the rear bumper. This could be looking very good for a turn, move into turn 1. Yep, he's got the inside. Can't quite match the pace of the Subaru in a straight line, but does have the track position. Just down the inside very nicely. Can Wakey get the switchback? He does.
Oh, this is some good racing here for the final spot on the podium. Can young Wakey hold on for his first top flight podium?
Oh, keep the camera there, but Adam's had a bit of a mare. He's dropped back and let GDR pass him. He's now 2 seconds behind. As he's
Oh dear.
he's all over the place down the back straight. Alright, where was I? Wacky and Woody, 3/4.
This battle still raging on as they approach Lecombe. Oh, hit after hit after hit of torrential weather. These conditions are not for the faint-hearted. As young Wakey runs wide, Woody shows the nose, but Wakey, as soon as he opened the door, closed it. How are these guys still keeping their cars in a straight line? That's what I want to know. 20 minutes remain.
I kind of get the feeling that it's a matter of when, not if, he gets past.
The question now becomes, how are these guys doing for fuel? Because there hasn't been a round of pit stops in a long while. So these guys have to be getting low. Surely.
Well, without giving too much away, Wacky and Woody are side by side.
They
as
are.
Woody goes on through.
Wow.
Can Wacky
Oh!
get the switch back again?
Oh, he has a moment. Can't quite get the power down around the outside. No grip for the young driver. But he's going to have to
As I was
slipstream
saying-
all the way down towards Blanchemont. As they
Can't
come
quite
through
get the
Paul
corner
now.
exit, though. But they are identical for fuel without giving too much away.
As they head towards Blanchemont, that gap out to a second now. Into the braking zone. And Woody runs deep, but Woody's in. Wakey goes around again.
Woody going for the undercut, I guess.
All with 20 minutes remaining, and this rain predicted to not go anywhere. I mean, now's the time to strike. As we have a look at this battle between GTR, Atom, and potentially Morgan, as Morgan's sitting 4 seconds behind this battle pack, which was under a second, but now is almost out to 2 seconds. Oh, as Adam's in the wall. Oh dear, that's massive. He's going to lose that position to Morgan.
I was just scrolling through the field, having a look at the fuel situation of all the drivers. Yeah, there's not going to be anyone who's capable of running to the end of the race. Well, there's always one driver that gives me the finger and proves me wrong. I won't say who it is just yet, but there is one driver out there who's fairly safe in saying that they're going to make it to the end on the fuel that they've got. As Morgan checks into the pits. Captain Muffin's managed to eke out 8 seconds back to Wacky. And from what I can see is coming up onto a back marker, which happens to be Ricky Bobby, currently P11. Probably be keeping an eye on the track map / his radar to just let the leaders on through.
Oh, was Muffin very sideways, squirrely, through that part of the track. Through Paul now. On the run down to Blanchemont. As Jeesh is into the pits. So the question is, how much fuel does Muffin have on board?
He's on the fuel line, so he will definitely be in the pits this lap, if not the next one.
Okay.
But I dare say
As he
he's
peels
coming
in.
now. Ooh, there was a bit of a wiggle over the inside pit lane there. Pit lane line there. Will he pick up a 3 second slap in the face? As Wakey's into the pits as well. Woody must have had an epic moment because he's 40 seconds back. We have completely missed that one. He has
no,
had
he
an absolute...
he pit.
Oh, that'll do it. Yeah, don't mind me. The GT7 timing is doing GT7 things. Ah, there we go. Yes, he did pit the last lap. So he's good for fuel until the end of the race. GTR's coming down towards the bus stop now. He's just under 10% fuel, so I'd hazard a guess he in this lap, just to counter what everyone else is doing.
As the rain has stopped here on track.
No. GDR gives me the finger and he goes around for another lap.
maybe not stopped, but it's at least slowing. Which means that could we potentially even see a dry spurt towards the end of the race for who would be brave enough to take that gamble?
15 minutes left to go. Wet tyres and just under 90% fuel, so looks like he's just, I wonder if he's just completely over fuel. Because he's also short shifting, so I'm not sure what the BRZ's like for fuel usage, but I don't think it was that bad.
Adams picked up a half-second penalty.
Someone who is not short shifting is FAF, who's on intermediates and just under a quarter tank of fuel, so he will be into the pits sometime in the next couple of laps. Turtle comes into the pits. He's running the intermediates. Just wondering if he's going to throw on another set of those. Well, it'd be silly to throw on the softs with the moisture meter still deep into the middle third. Okay, I've been wrong many times, but this was one time I was not expecting to be wrong. Turtle has thrown on the racing socks.
What?
You heard me. You heard me.
Nah, there's no way he's driving that quick on the softs.
Hellraiser has thrown on a set of softs.
I mean...
He's just come out of the pits now, and I think he's possibly regretting that. Yep, there we go.
It was at this moment that he knew that was not a good decision. Yep. Found out in a savage manner that the softs were probably a bad idea. I think the track is just way too big for these. As GTR's in. Throwing some fuel in the tank, just enough to go another 12 minutes, which my maths is probably fairly horrible, but I'm going to say another 5 laps. He's got a fresh set of inters. Keeps it pointed in the right direction, coming out of the pit lane this time. Always good to see. He is 7 seconds down on Atom, but Atom is also on the fuel line, so he will be in at the end of this lap. But I just wonder if he should just do a splash and dash, not even change tyres, because there is little to no wear on those intermediates. So you can save yourself a couple of seconds in the pits by just not changing tyres. Just as an observation, he is down to less than 4 seconds behind Young Wanger. He's been closing up slowly over the last couple of laps, and we are starting to see a bit of a dry line form. There is. It is still quite damp out in that dry line, so I think Hellraiser might have it come back to him, but I think it's just that little bit too late in the race for the option of the dry tyres to have any major effect for him, unfortunately. Because even though there's a dry-ish line, you
you've got to tiptoe your way around still.
That gap between Woody and young Wakey is still sitting about that 3.8, 3.9 second mark. As we enter the final 10 minutes.
Earlier about a driver being able to go into the end of the race on the fuel that they have. That driver is our teammate, Ricky Bobby, down in P10. He's on the full wet tyres still, but he is sitting on about 40% fuel, which if he's conserving well enough, that will see him through the final 10 minutes of this race. Whereas a lot of the drivers in front of him, such as Adam, who's in the pits now, will have to pit for fuel one more time. As Blind Man comes into the pits as well. Morgan's good to go until the end. GDR is good to go until the end, as is Woody, Wacky,
I imagine GTR will pick up a penalty for his antics at Radeon. No, apparently not.
He's gotten away with that. He is not concerned about fuel usage, absolutely pegging that GDR on the limiter in 5th.
As Adam comes out on the soft tyre, comes out just in front of FAF. So this is crucial. I mean, there's positions still at play here between the Black Rose Nissan and the Respawn Esports Supra. Oh, Adam, that's a bit close to the curb.
FAF is on the fuel light, so it'll be a very, very short battle.
And I'm guessing,
unfortunately,
also on the intermediates.
Blind Man has, from what I can tell, had a pit. Has he had a pit stop to change onto the softs? And
yes.
Looped it coming out of the pit lane. He has unfortunately looped it coming out of the pit lane.
Oh, uh-oh.
Oh no.
And he's also looped it on top of Radeon.
Yep.
We have a look at the Next Level Racing action replay.
Oh, someone's coming on through.
Oh, that
and he's looped it again.
Oh no.
That was Muffin, who just came screaming on past, having his spinning Mercedes on track in front of him along that straight. Probably gave him a bit of a brown pants.
Oh my goodness! That was extremely close between Hellraiser. No, that was Woody and Blind Man. I think Woody was just trying to grab a little bit of the slipstream. And, oh wow. That was very, very close. Almost an accident.
Oh, Wakey's gone. Wakey has
lost
no on top of the hill. Just had a tank slapper and he's gone into the wall.
Woody's on the podium now.
Slide on through for a podium.
Wait, Morgan Davey was on the full wets?
Correct.
Oh, I didn't even realize.
He's got enough fuel to get to the end. Maybe he just wants a piece of those soft tyres.
Maybe potentially trying to snag the extra point, although the lap times are about 9 seconds astray at this point in the race.
Yeah, look, trying to do better than a 2:19 flat in these conditions. Well, it's ambitious, I'll say that.
And he picks up a 3-second penalty for his troubles.
Well, he has gone on to the racing softs. That 3-second penalty will not be kind. FAF's in the pits as well.
Sheesh, cooling off his tyres with the wet line down the Kemmel Straight.
just about to say, he hasn't had a lot of camera time because, well, I mean, full credit to him, he's just picked himself up and skipped off into the distance to the tune of 24 seconds, which, you know, doesn't do yourself any favours for TV time when there's action going on well behind you. I mean, full credit to him. He's
Oh, somebody's looped at
obviously
FAF.
spent
No, somebody... Oh, that's Blind Man coming out of the pits. Was that coming out of the pits, or was that just through turns 1, Lenocis?
I think it was just coming out of turn 1 because I believe he pitted a lap previously. Oh, don't.
No, that's another moment. Oh, the
no.
Bacchus. Oh my. The Bacchus Mercedes has done a 1,000 turns on top of the hill.
He's done a perfect 720 there.
I think it was a bit more than 720. Let's count it.
Okay. Okay, 1080 then.
1, 2, 3. 3.
Oh, yeah, sorry, 3. 3 turns is 1080. I cannot math. Oh,
Oh
gone
my
again.
goodness.
I think we should get the cameras off the poor guy. I think he's suffered enough at this point.
I agree.
Speaking of suffering enough, Hellraiser's had a moment at turn 1 and has been reset. I think this might be a round he would rather forget.
I think this is a round a lot of people would want to forget. But as it stands, the closest battle on track, Young Wakey and Woody, 2 seconds between them. 3 minutes remaining in this race. Anything can still happen here. Young Wakey's still hunting for that illustrious first Sector 1 top split podium.
Oh, Adam's lost it. Adam has binned it at the top of the hill.
Oh dear. Oh, don't do that. Oh,
Oh, thank goodness for coasting.
oh.
That's all I can say. There would be a brown pants moment there for Morgan.
So we should get 2 more laps out of this one.
Well, it's probably fair to say that for the majority of this field, the weather gods have thrown a gigantic spanner in the works. But for one driver, it seems to just be business as usual.
Getting accustomed to seeing these dominant displays from Jish as he comes through Puon now. Just driving how he needs to drive. Nothing extra, nothing special. Just plugging along, putting in these consistent lap times and playing to the conditions. And that's all you need to do. And Jish is proving it to us that you don't necessarily need to be setting blistering fast times, although a 2:19 in those greasy conditions is outrageous.
Even you don't need to, but you know, it helps.
Yeah. Oh, as the rain comes back, got a little bit of spitting on track.
Oh, there'll probably be some swearing by the guys who were on the racing soft tyres.
Not again.
The highest placed driver on the sauce is Morgan Davies in P6. But I do get the feeling that this will be the last lap for Morgan. Possibly for GTR as well. I think the top 4 will sneak in one more lap. And I think GTR in P5 might be the first one across the finish line once the timer runs out. As Young Wakey in P4 goes over the line, so this will lap 35 will be the final lap for the top 4.
As we have a lot of rain back on track, actually. as it suddenly stops. As quickly as it started. As we have confirmation from race control that this is the checkered flag, it is waving, and GTR will he'll come home in P5, the first one to cross the line. He won't be too happy with this performance, but I think consider everything that's happened, P5 is a pretty good finish for the Hooncorp driver. It'll be Morgan as well, as he's already flashing his lights because he knows we're going to be changing to him, watching him as he completes this race. Rounds Blanchemont for the last time.
That was a fantastic salvage drive from GDR after a few incidents to come back in at P5.
As Morgan will
Davies
cross the
in a
line
solid P6.
P6. There'll then be Atom in P7 for Respawn Esports. I think... Oh, as Blind Man has finished 2 laps down as well.
Just by the way, Geesh is coming through the bus stop now.
Ah, yes.
Take the checkered flag.
As he takes P1 here. Brilliant drive from Geesh as he equals the record.
As he's run out of fuel. Runs out of fuel right on the finish line.
Hellraiser comes home
FAF
in 11th.
Oh, sorry, that was Hellraiser. My bad.
It'll then be FAF. And after FAF,
Muffin is just
second.
coming into the bus stop.
As FAF
And
crosses the line in P8.
I think Muffin's going to run out of fuel just before the finish.
As Morgan crosses the line in P2, Woody will take P3. And Young Wakey, he came so close to a maiden podium in the top flight, but he'll be delighted with a P4. And I believe we have one more car on track. It is, of course, the Obsession Motorsports car of Ricky Bobby, as he rounds pole for the final time, barreling down towards Blanchemont. Just one more sequence of corners to go. The bus stop chicane. And this will end the torture that the rain gods have thrown at the drivers in tonight's Enduro. Uh-oh. He spun it. Uh-oh.
I saw a little flick of the handbrake there. I knew what he wanted to do.
As he crosses the line in P9.
Well, I'm going to get in nice and early. I'm going to throw my nomination out there for the driver of the day to Diswood. I think after a fairly hellish opening couple of laps that had him drop back a few positions to get himself back up into P3 by the end of the race, I think that was a fantastic effort. So definitely has my nomination.
Yeah, it was crazy race. So many storylines in that race, and in sort of a poetic way, everything settled down and everyone got what they put into the race back out. So yeah, it is what it is for a lot of people. It didn't go the way they wanted, but for a select few, they got some sparkling results, and yeah, it was a good race to watch. As we have a couple of Drive of the Day awards coming in. The Womble goes to Womble from Womble. Say that 10 times. As we have Mr. Bumcrack giving Drive of the Day to his own young driver in Young Wakey for his P4. I mean, you can't discredit Young Wakey's P4 there. That was a great drive from the youngster. I believe it's his highest position in a top split race, so much to be happy about in that side of things. But also Muffin, I mean, he just did everything right. I think Muffin is one of the only drivers that we didn't see a major mistake from. I could be wrong, but I don't think he went off the track. Do you remember?
Who we?
Carbon
Sorry,
Boy?
who were you
Muffin.
referring to? He had a few butthole puckering moments where he came very close, but no off-track excursions that I can recall.
Yeah, so pretty alright from Captain Muffin. He's getting my driver of the day tonight. We have a couple more coming in. Driver of the day Woody from Dobrev. Woody driver of the day from Keza. Driver of the day Woody from Muffin, and Wakey driver of the day from Dadson, the prospector. I think at the moment it's pretty resounding for Woody, but we'll let a couple more submissions come in. Did someone say the Muffin Man? Yes, somebody did say the Muffin Man Snake Eyes.
Yeah, I think. Oh dear, I am unable to save that replay, unfortunately. Oof.
Oh, that is annoying.
Are you able to, by any chance?
Yes, I saved it.
Oh, awesome. Awesome. I have a
As
severe lack of storage space.
Yeah. I think, yeah, Geesh, well, he hasn't set the record yet. He's equaled the record. If he gets one more win this season, he will have broken the record. But although the total win record is at 6, he's ineligible to break the record for win percentage in a season. That, of course, goes to Brocky for his 6 wins in Season 2 in 6 races. So the only ever 100% clean sweep we've ever had in a Sector 1 season. So, although he can break the record for
Not bad.
most wins outright, it will never be percentage in this season, unfortunately. So, yeah, congrats to Geesh for equaling the record, and with 4 more races remaining, I'm sure that record is going to topple.
I'd just like to say thank you to everyone who's tuned in and watched what was a very grueling couple of hours of racing here at Spa tonight. Well done to all the drivers. Everyone performed, well, fairly well, except for yours truly. I don't know about you, Lenocis, but I am keen to exit the comms box, head down to the bar, and just have the bartender leave me a bottle of scotch so I can drown my sorrows in the race that wasn't exactly what I thought it was going to be. I'm pretty much done.
At least there's one thing to look forward to, and that's the fact that CGK has reserved us a sausage sanger down at the Black Rose garage. So I'll probably head there next and pick up me sanger and head off.
Excellent. Alrighty. Well,
Thank you for everybody
again,
showing up
thank you everyone
tonight
for
and
tuning
supporting.
in.
Yeah, we had peak 43 people watching that Div 1 race, so thanks for everybody turning up, enjoying the racing tonight, and oh wow, I mean the start of that Div 1 race was crazy, before it settled down, and we had some battles all throughout, so yeah, thanks for coming out and supporting your favourite teams and drivers, and that's all from Lenocis, Carbon Boy, and CGK here tonight, and I think we're going to call that a night there. So, anything else to say before we sign it off, Carbon Boy?
That's all, folks.
You heard from Carbon Boy. That's all, folks. Catches.